We have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch SiGMA LATAM. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement SiGMA in Europe and SiGMA in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que SiGMA aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con las nuevas oficinas en las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por duas razões.
Reason number one, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação dos jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeo de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our three pillar shows, SiGMA in Malta, SiGMA in Manila, and eventually SiGMA in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon. I'm very excited. We have a very important announcement to make. SiGMA is heading to Africa. That's right, a fourth summit that will complement SiGMA Europe, SiGMA Asia, as well as SiGMA Latam.
We have a strong workforce in Malta, Kiev, Sao Paulo, and in Manila. So it's time for SiGMA to expand beyond our comfort zone.
SiGMA Afrique se déroulera en 2022, regroupant sous un même toit toute l'industrie émergente du iGaming et des nouvelles technologies.
We were then faced with the question where. We understood that gaming in Africa is dominated by 3 regions, East, West and South.
Nous avons décidé non pas d'organiser le salon à un seul et unique endroit, mais dans 3 majeurs pays et piliers du iGaming en Afrique.
En effet, SiGMA alternera chaque année, en commençant par la vibrante capitale Cape Town, en Afrique du Sud pour l'inauguration.
The following year, SiGMA Africa is flying west to Ghana and in 2024, east to Kenya.
We're looking forward to working with you in Africa. We're 2 years away from our inaugural summit in Africa, so time is on our side.
Si vous avez de l'expérience, les connaissances et le réseau, n'hésitez pas à nous contacter.
Here at SiGMA, we firmly believe that our 4 summits, SiGMA Europe, Latam, Asia, and now also Africa, will pave the way for the gaming community to learn from and do even much more business with each other.
Rejoignez SiGMA, le Festival mondial du iGaming.
Welcome to SiGMA America's virtual conference. We're ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to day one of SiGMA, the Americas Digital Conference. For all of our delegates that are joining us from all over the world, thank you for tuning in. I'm Jessica Walker.
Meu nome é Hamza. Olá e bem-vindo a SiGMA Américas Digital. Estamos muito felizes por vocês estarem aqui conosco.
Well, over the next 3 days, we will bring you 4 hours of straight content daily, specially curated to focus on the gaming and the emerging tech world. And this content will be available in 3 different languages: Spanish, English, and Portuguese.
Estaremos trazendo por vocês 4 horas de conteúdo, 3 idiomas: inglês, espanhol e português.
Now we have to acknowledge that 2020 has been a very challenging year. SiGMA Group were especially disappointed that we had to postpone Malta's show in November. But we'd like to thank all of our clients and exhibitors for standing with us during this time.
2021 está programado grande año para nós. Comenzando en SiGMA Malta en febrero, SiGMA Manila en mayo, SiGMA Brasil en septiembre y fechando SiGMA Malta en noviembre.
And now here's how to make your SiGMA the Americas Digital Conference even more memorable. We'd like to encourage you to head over to SiGMA's very own platform on Swapcard. Here you can book in specific client meetings, you can network in group chats, and you can also take part in our interactive polls. Well, enjoy.
Junta-se a nosso Swapcard. Muito obrigado e aproveite bastante.
Well, before we start, thanks to our loyal sponsors without whom the conference wouldn't happen. BetConstruct, our platinum sponsors, and Pragmatic Play, our sponsor of the day. Well, across all the Americas, the regulation varies region by region, and we'll be closely typing into each specific market to help you identify which region holds the most opportunity for you. The LATAM market is a very diverse landscape. With each region, its regulation varies. The first part of the conference will dig into and focus on region by region. And to start with, we'll be taking a look at Colombia, the first country in Latin America to legalize online gambling in 2016. And we're extremely happy to have with us Juan Hidalgo Perez, the president of Colegio, the gambling regulator authority in Colombia.
Opening speech. Interview with Juan Perez Hidalgo, president of Coljuegos.
Hi, good morning everyone. First of all, thank you to SiGMA for the opportunity. I am David from Betsin, and I am going to have the pleasure of interviewing Juan Bautista Perez Hidalgo. For those of you who don't know, he is the president of Coljuegos, the company in charge of the proliferation, operation, and issuing of regulations for games of chance in Colombia. Before we start talking, I would like to make a little introduction. Before being appointed to the position, Juan was an advisor to the Office of the Minister of Mines and Energy. Apart from that, the new president worked as a commercial manager of the Agricultural Sector Financing Fund. He was head of the Investment and Treasury Division and head of the Marketing Division of the Territorial Development Finance Company. And he is also a manager of several companies in the private sector. So having said that, it is a pleasure to have him here. Good morning, how are you?
Good, David. Good morning, and very happy to be here to talk a little bit about the gaming sector in Colombia.
That's what we are here for. If you like, Let's go through some questions that we have found that people need to know and would like to have answers for.
De respuestas, así que si te parece empezamos con la primera.
Perfect.
The whole process of the pandemic that everybody is talking about and the impact that it has had on the gaming sector. Taking into account the figures that were obtained in the year of 2019, could you tell us how important this income from this industry is for the wealth and development of the country, especially during the state of the pandemic?
In Colombia, the gaming sector is a sector whose resources go to the health of Colombians. This has made it possible to motivate players and talk to them a little bit about the need to gamble responsibly in a legal way.
A los jugadores y hablarles un poco de la necesidad de jugar de manera.
Last year, between rights and VAT, the gambling sector contributed around $459 million. This industry generates 100,000 jobs in Colombia, more or less 20,000 rentals.
Esta industria genera en Colombia 100.000 empleos, más o menos unos 20.000 arrendamientos.
These companies pay a lot of taxes, and it is a sector that has become very professionalized, has been regulated a lot, and in which they constitute a very important source of resources for the state, for the government, and in this case for the health of Colombians.
Y en este caso para la salud de los colombianos.
This is very interesting data, and we see that the market has grown a lot in recent years. What percentage of these taxes are transferred to other social services, such as healthcare?
La totalidad de los recursos van para.
Most resources go to the health of Colombians.
Que va para
Another goes right to tax, the VAT, for the Ministry of Finance, and it is distributed among the entire budget of the nation.
pues, entre todo el presupuesto de la nación.
Speaking of the development of online gambling in Colombia, we all know that it is based on real sporting events, online and above all, football. Football is king in Colombia, and when events were suspended in the face of resurgence, or if we suffer again in situations like those we have had in recent months, do you think that with all the football events suspended, the sector can survive another pandemic? And what products are you looking at to develop and support if or when this happens?
Aquí en Colombia tenemos.
Here in Colombia, we already have localized games, which are casinos and bingos. This sector has been hit hard by the pandemic because it has been practically closed for 6 months. Now we are getting a resolution to regulate the remote bingos, that is, without the physical presence of the gambler. Let's say that this sector was the most complicated. 57% of gaming revenue was from casinos and bingos, and this year they are going to be very affected, and the online games that started in Colombia in 2017. We also have that 78% which are sports betting. Since there are no sports, those resources have decreased since the beginning of the pandemic.
Apuestas deportivas pues se han disminuido al principio de la pandemia estos recursos.
There are already some sporting events taking place in the world, and we here in Colombia are bringing out the live casino, trying to expand this portfolio of services of the games operated by the internet and the new games where we have Balotto and Superastro, which are games for mutuals and counterparts. They have been operating practically all the time. They were only suspended for a month, and today we have a collection superior to the collection of the immediately previous year.
Un recaudo superior al recaudo del año inmediatamente anterior en este periodo.
Okay, seeing this response, it compares the growth of the online gaming market in Colombia with the counterpart they have of land-based gaming as you think it is going to be organized from now on.
Es muy difícil ahora porque, pues, como les digo, los casinos han estado cerrados.
Let's say that comparing is very difficult now because, as I said, the casinos have been closed. These online games have had very important growth.
We are already reaching levels close to $50 million in rights for the Colombian state. Sorry, earning around $18 million, as $50 million are being generated by income, by rights. These games are operated by the internet. They have had a good performance, and we hope that they will continue to do so in the future, because many people are changing their consumption habits.
Han tenido un buen comportamiento.
It's like talking about there are many players who had a physical presence and are now participating in this market for internet-operated games.
Hay muchos jugadores que tenían presencia física y que ahora están participando de este mercado de juegos operados por Internet.
Do you think that this has also caused people not to become formalized or normalized? Creating an online account, the opposite of always going to that point in person. Do you think this will be a before and after for the game in Colombia?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course. And we already have 3,900,000 players registered on the platform in Colombia. This is very important value, and online games have consolidated as a very, very important option for players, because it is the game that pays the most return to the player. Nearly 90% of sales are for payment of prizes. This has led to it becoming a very interesting game. The chances of winning are very high compared to the game for mutual or counterparts, where it is 50%.
Donde es el 50%.
I think this is the fact that people don't know each other. Nobody expects the price return ratio to be so high online. Sometimes there are false myths that people don't know why they have that in their heads. But in reality, it's like you say. What do you think are the effects on the gaming market in Colombia of the support and efficiency from administration for the collection of these rights?
Excuse me?
What are the effects on the Colombian gambling market? The support of all the efficiency that you organize from the administration for the collection of these rights.
En Coljuegos hemos tenido un principio.
We have had a principle, and that is to seek to make this business a good business for the operators. As long as the operator is doing well, we are doing well because we have a good collection. At the level of figures, the collection in the national games has grown by 75% in the last 4 years. This is a successful experience which shows that good management has been done, and shows that if the monopoly is well managed, it is good business for the entrepreneurs and generates very important resources for health. Here, the role of the regulator has been to reduce the response times for the procedures and to make these procedures totally automated. For the first time, we made an investment project where we are automating the idea. We are at that moment. We reduced response times on the issue previously located with a concession permit that took more than 6 months. Today, from the moment that all the documents are complete, we are not taking more than 11 days, and it is online. There is all the traceability, and we have tried to make it a transparent company. A company that shows that doing things well can generate a very important added value for the country and for health finances.
Generar pues un valor agregado muy importante para el país y para las finanzas de la salud.
From my side, I congratulate you for all this good work, and as you have said, in Colombia you are helping a lot so that investors can grow with us. If the company does well, it does well for you too. I believe that this is something that has to be done. And in Spain, we are really jealous of this right now, because of what we are living through. I mention this because the two regulations have a lot to do with it, and we are now in a different time in Spain. A time in which the rules of the game are being changed a little. Rules which were originally introduced and have the opposite result. That the investors who are there are beginning to have doubts, and they do not know the direction that everything is taking. I believe that in Colombia, you are doing an exquisite job, and the arrival of operators will be stronger, because it is indeed a very consolidated regulation, and you are doing things very quickly and decreasing the time processes to save time for anything.
El que los operadores, una vez cumplan unos requisitos,
It worked very well in Colombia that the operators, once they met technical, financial, and legal requirements, could operate on an equal footing with each other.
16 operadores, los cuales están.
Here we have 16 operators online, and they are allowing players to choose the one that offers them the best conditions. The same in bingo.
Unas mejores condiciones. Lo mismo en localizados, lo mismo en bingos.
This is very important because having regulation which is clear and concise, and rules that the operators know, is good for gaming and is good for business people.
Es bueno para Coljuegos y es bueno para los empresarios.
That's what it should be. That is why I think that for all these reasons, the Colombian gaming jurisdiction has often been considered as a model framework for other Latin American nations in regulating markets. What other values would you say make it such a strong leader in this field right now?
Nosotros lo que hemos hecho, por ejemplo, en el tema de juegos operados por Internet,
What we have done to broaden the issue of online games was to build on the experience of countries that have been very successful in operating them. Italy, UK, Spain have more experience.
juegos operados por Internet. Italia, Reino Unido, España, que tienen más experiencia. Con España
We worked a lot with Spain on the auditing model that we have today, because although this game means important revenues, we have to be auditing what is being collected effectively to ensure that it corresponds to the real sales. And for that, we have designed a series of statistical tools that have allowed us to determine that the operators are doing the task well according to what we have agreed.
que nos han permitido determinar que efectivamente los operadores nos están haciendo bien la tarea de acuerdo a lo que hemos pactado.
To finish up, as we are running out of time, I would like to know what guidelines have been established for the reactivation of that sector in Colombia after the pandemic. How have you dealt with that? What have you done, or what has been done to speed things up again?
We passed a number of decrees with the force of law on the subject of online games. We gave some relief on fixed fees, some payment agreements, so the income fell substantially. We generated some periods, therefore some payment agreements that allowed the reduction of machines in the casinos to be reactivated.
Unos periodos, pues, unos acuerdos de pago que
We also considered ending the concession contracts with a certain number of machines that must go until the end of the contract, as is the case now. This is how it has been closed, and the reactivation is slow because people will take a while to go to the casinos and bingos.
reactivación es lenta porque la gente se demorará un poco en ir a los casinos y bingos.
We have allowed this reduction, and we are continuously in communication with the sector to see what else we can do. We are now about to issue a resolution for remote bingos, which will also be an alternative to give players a choice.
Darle una opción a los jugadores.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting what you are doing in Colombia and how you are managing it. I congratulate you. I think that from all over Spain, right now, those of us who are following the regulations step by step and are paying attention to all the new decree law that we are going to face now. We are truly envious of your work in Colombia, and we hope that the market there will continue to grow. We all believe that you will reach the Spanish market in 1 year, and that you will double all the income of the operators.
With pleasure, David. And here we are, always attentive to share and talk about the gaming sector and everything we can tell you about our experience.
Thank you very much for having the time for this interview. Thanks to SiGMA too for making it possible. We don't want to take up any more of your time. We know that your agenda will be a bit tight.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all.
Gracias y saludos a todos.
Thank you, Juan. See you later.
Well, much appreciated for Juan Perez joining us on the session, and a huge thank you to David from Betson Group for his moderation. Now let's dig into Colombia even further and see how it all began. We're starting with our first poll of the day available on the Swapcard platform. The question we're asking you is Colombia's forward-thinking regulation a good model for the rest of Latin America?
Como a Jessica explicou, temos algumas enquantes acontecendo no Swapcard. A primeira pergunta, hoje. A regulamentação como visão de futuro de Colômbia é bom modelo para o resto da América Latina. Deixe sua opinião no chat.
Has Spanish legislation paved the way for a new regulatory framework in LATAM?
Hi and welcome to our Focus Colombia panel. I'm Michael Muscat from iGaming Colombia. I'm joined by Juan Camilla Carrasco from Asencia Abogados, David Plumi, the MD of Betson Spain, and Ingrid Alvarado Lopez, also my partner in iGaming Colombia. So we're here to discuss the similarities and differences between the Colombian iGaming market and the Spanish iGaming market, both from a regulatory perspective as well as from an operational perspective, and also to see whether the legislation in Spain is paving a way for future developments in the entire LATAM region. So I'll start with Juan, and I'd just like to ask, since Asensi were quite fundamental in the drafting of the Colombian legislation, what the process was and how this generally compares to the situation in Spain.
Okay, nice to meet you guys all. Well, Asencia Abogados participated in a public tender back in 2014. The Colombian government were looking for international advisors to help them regulate the market in Colombia. When we participated, we won that public tender and we started with a team based in Spain. Just a clarification, I'm a Colombian lawyer and in Colombia. So I was not completely in a daily basis connected to that process, but of course I was in parallel working with some of the team in Spain, and they were. It was a very, very successful process that during almost 1 year and a little bit more. During 2014, 2015, the Colombian regulator was open to understand different structures of the online gambling that was in force. They study, with our advice, of course, they study very deeply the UK regulation, Malta regulation, Italian regulation, even Denmark regulation, of course, Spain regulation. Of course, what at the end, the result of that process was this compilation of different aspects that you, all the experts, may identify different structures of the regulation from Italy, from Denmark, parts, technical examples of the Spanish regulation. We can find it in our Colombian regulation. But at the end, the result was, let's say, kind of a tropicalization of the law. As Colombia has regulated the gambling industry since 2001, I mean, by constitutional level, the gambling in Colombia, it's a monopoly, so it's only the right from the government to exploit that business. That's why we got concessions instead of license in Colombia. And at the end, with a very strong legal framework in Colombia, where let's say basic rules for the gambling industry in general has been set up since 2001. What the regulator at the end did was assemble that all different elements for the online gambling and adapt it to what is permitted in Colombia. And that's what we have with this regulation 2016 with a lot of efforts, because this is just like a part of the history, but at the end, one of the elements that wasn't essential part of the gambling regulation was the VAT charge. It was just a structure in our tax code, and that was just like dealing to fail completely the business in Colombia and the online gambling. Fortunately, by that time, the regulator did a very good job making the Colombian government to withdraw and make an exempt business, the online gambling of VAT. And that's why we can say that we have a very successful business here right now in Colombia.
Understood. And Ingrid, as you've seen the law develop and now are advising operators and providers come into the market, how has this changed from its inception, from back in 2001 up until now? And how has it become, in my opinion, I think it's more dynamic, so let's use that word, dynamic. How have you seen the law develop and the market develop over the years?
Thank you. Well, yeah, the beginning was 2001, then 2016 when the online gaming was regulated. And then from there, new verticals have been authorized, like virtual games on 2019, live casino on 2020, opening up even more because they stopped following they set apart from the Spanish legislation that only allows live roulette, but in here they authorize more games. And in general, I believe the regulator has lately taken an approach of not authorizing verticals with specific names of games, which was the way that it was done since the beginning, but now they are authorizing wider categories where they set the essential requirements, and this allows operators to be more creative and to be to diversify their games over time without being so restrained with the very close categories. So I would say this has been, the regulator has learned from 2016 to now to issue different types of legislations that give more flexibility to the operators.
In fact, Colombia is often referred to as the first open licensing European-styled regulatory regime in LATAM. Juan, how could you compare this to the rest of the LATAM regions which are currently regulating?
Well, I mean, there's not much to compare because at the end we don't have any regulation in force. I mean, we were waiting. I will say that I'm pretty new in this industry. I started with Asencia Abogados, which is led by Santiago Asensi, which I can say it's one of the leaders that brought the regulation to Latin America, because he started here with this process in Colombia. But since I've been working with the firm, I mean, I've read drafts and read news and flash news that something is coming, and at the end, I mean, we can see that Peru nothing is there, Brazil we come back and forward, and Argentina is pretty difficult. What I can say is that Colombia definitely start a process in LATAM because now that the numbers are open, the region understand that this is a pretty good business for governments, and I think Colombia has been kind of a model in terms of how to regulate gambling. As for instance, we have a regulator that has certain autonomy to regulate, and that's why that process is very efficient in certain way, of course, with the regular procedure, but it's a very efficient process when we have a legal framework from our Congress. So we don't need to go to the Congress to modify anything. We don't need usually we don't need to go to the Congress. Most of the small amendments required are on the head of the Ministry of Public Finance. Then we can make certain amendments. The regulator itself has a broad authority to regulate and to create new games. So I think that model should be taken into account for other jurisdictions like Peru, like Argentina, with the different, of course, structures that Argentina is a federated country, as Brazil, which has a lot of difficulties that most of you can be aware. Like in the United States, being a federated country is much complicated to regulate because you cannot regulate it nationally. But definitely, I think it's a very good example that we can try to spread through Latin America.
In fact, we're seeing big names, the likes of GVC, of Paddy Power, all jumping into the market now in Colombia, and we're hoping that this will spark something new in LATAM. However, David, what's the situation been like in Spain? Because what's characterized Colombia from what Ingrid and Juan has been saying is that the regulator is quite open, quite approachable, and has been quite flexible and dynamic. What's the situation been like in Spain and Europe in general over the past couple of months for Betson?
Okay, hello everyone. Well, in Spain the circumstances are very different now. It started very well with the first regulation. No? Back in 2011, the government was doing a big effort to launch the regulation, a very good draft where all the rules were in the same board, but now suddenly during this COVID they decided to launch a new royal decree. As you should know, we were banned to do any advertisement, any marketing campaign, any digital activity, CRM bonuses, everything was stopped. So it hit to all the operators in a very bad way. And now we are waiting for a new draft of the new regulation. It's coming up apparently in October, so it's a bit restricted again with the times and with sponsorships and many things that are coming. So yeah. I mean, they are changing their rules suddenly, and well, we are a bit afraid in Spain, no? But what is for real is the Colombian government is working very hard. Even during the pandemic, they allow it to come up with the live dealer things, and well, we see, no, from Spain we are jealous of the government now.
And Betson has recently jumped into Colombia with an acquisition of Colbet. I know it's public now, so we can discuss it a bit. Yeah. What's your view of the future of the Colombian market, and what do you see with this acquisition?
Well, Colombia is a very strategic market now for Betson. We decided to acquire Colbet because we needed a brand. No, it's always better to have a partner. They have a very good name in Colombia. They have the knowledge of the market, so it's important to take their hand and to be there with them. Betson has been operated in other Latin American markets for a long time, but as you know, every country is different than the others. And Colombia now with this COVID is boosting. No, the online gaming is going to grow. They are going to reach probably half of the Spanish market in the next year. So a lot of investors and new companies will pop up in Colombia for sure in the next years.
You mentioned something very interesting. You said every country is different. And a lot of misconceptions we hear from operators and providers is that once they've localized for the Spanish market, then they can come into LATAM and run free. From an operational perspective, what's your view on localization for the Latin American markets?
First, you have to understand the player behavior, and every country has different players. Now Colombia is with the regulations since a few years ago, so for sure they have a mix of players. They have new age players that they didn't bet before, but the operators has to still working in the product because they can find users that they are looking for to get better products and to get better things, maybe random rewards, gamification. So it's time for the market to evolve. In exchange in other countries, they don't need to do these big steps, and in Spain we are on it. No? Spain is a very mature market now, and the players are expecting many things.
It can be said that Latin America and Colombia are predominantly sports-based markets. Is this the same in Spain?
Well, more or less, but in Spain and other verticals are growing as well. But it's true that Latin America is a very sporty countries, and but in Spain, casino is advancing a lot. It's the vertical that grow the most in the previous 3 years. So yeah, but it's a consequence of the market growing. It's the mature market.
And we spoke of localization. What about player acquisition? I know that in Europe, and again, a lot of the operators we speak to, they have the misconception that they're going to employ a bunch of people in SEO and in marketing, you know, and run their blogs and acquire clients. I think the situation, from our perspective at least, is very different in LATAM in the sense that affiliate marketing is still very much in its infancy, and the regular channels of advertising are used more and are more prominent. What's your view on marketing and advertising from a comparative perspective between Europe and LATAM and Spain and Colombia?
Well, the focus of advertising in Colombia or Latin America is the bookies, no? The sports. In Europe is different. We are trying to localize the team, so we are trying to do the things regionally, which is very important now to do all the marketing activities and trying to acquire players the best way possible. Always we say, no, from Betson that we see the gaming as an entertainment, so it's an entertainment industry. We are creating this pattern of players that they don't have to bet every day. It's always with responsible gaming, and we are trying to create this concept. No? You can go to the cinema, spend 20 euros and spend the afternoon there or the evening, but at the same time maybe one day you prefer to stay at home and bet the 20 euros, so it's pretty healthy, and we are trying to acquire these kind of players from the different niches.
So we're talking about client acquisition and how there are different methods applied to different markets, and that's no different for LATAM. What about regulation? Ingrid, could you tell us a bit about the advertising regulations in Colombia and how advertising generally works?
Yeah, well, there are not that many restrictions as in Spain and in general in Europe, as long as the advertisement is not targeted to minors. It is still possible to make advertisement without a restriction on times. For example, in TV, sponsoring football teams is also one of the main activities performed by the operators. We have a league and we have a tournament. We have about 4 tournaments per year that are sponsored by one of the biggest operators in Colombia. What the industry is trying to do is to self-regulate before the regulator issues stricter measures regarding advertisement. But so far there are no. There is, of course, a policy of responsible gaming and the possibility of self-exclusion of the players, but it's not. It is still possible to advertise in different spaces, unlike in Europe.
Thank you. And Juan, can you elaborate a bit on the advertising regulations in LATAM and how these differ from Spain and the rest of Europe?
Yeah, I would say that, and again, like clarifying, I'm a Colombian lawyer. I'm not based in Spain. Of course, I have a lot of background from our partners in Spain. But in fact, I will say that I can compare very closely how the advertising is in Spain, like in Colombia, not counting with the latest royal decree draft that will restrict or I will say forbid advertising in all ways. In Colombia and in general in Latin America, we can say across all borders that we have a style of self-regulated code on advertising. So I think in the maturity that we have in Latin America, this is a perfect moment for us as a region understand, and with the responsibility of the operators, to understand to be moderate with advertising, to do not create the problem, to be part of the solutions with a very balanced and moderate advertising, and I think that will create the environment of a regulator that won't go and target advertising as something bad, because I mean we are in a balanced situation between the strategics of positions. Of course, marketing has the operators with a balanced moment of advertising. There are now many restrictions, as Ingrid mentioned, here in Colombia, nor in most of the countries in Latin America. Of course, most of the target need of marketing will go for sports. But if we start to send the message to the operators on their process to be a balanced strategics of advertising and moderate the advertising, I think we can avoid to be in the situation that we are right now in Spain.
And David, from an operational perspective, do you have any comparative comments to make as regards Spain and Europe in general, as well as Colombia and LATAM, as far as client acquisition and advertising goes?
Well, it's the same, no? As my colleague said. In Spain now we are facing some new changes about advertisement. They are going to be very negative. They are going to limit the timeline in the television and in radio from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. for sure. But they want to apply new measures as well to the digital campaign. So we will see what happens, no? But it's going to have some impact in the numbers.
Yeah. Question for Ingrid. The reason that the Colombian market has developed so much over the past couple of months can largely be attributed to the COVID situation, and that's because most of the taxes collected, well, all the taxes collected from gaming go to the health authorities. So the government has been pushing for more and more products and to stimulate the market, obviously to collect funds to deal with the situation. Can you elaborate on that and how the market has developed over the past couple of months due to this situation?
Yes, well, beginning of April, the regulators started to look for measures to help the operators, not only online, but land-based operators. So new verticals like live casino were adopted, but also the regulators decreased the gaming tax and even suspended some contracts for the operators that were only offering sports books due to the cancellation of all the events. And lately in June, also a new vertical was authorized not only for instant win games, were authorized, and now Coljuegos is on the way. They just opened a public consultation process to issue the regulation of instant win games and finally give some dynamism also to the traditional lotteries that will be able to offer new products different to the traditional lotteries, but scratch cards, and hopefully also an opportunity to digitalize all their portfolio. So beginning from decreasing taxes, new verticals, but also approving protocols in order for the land-based casinos to start to reopen. The regulator has been very supportive with the operators. Yes.
Thank you. And a question for Juan. From your practice, especially over the past couple of months, and from advising clients in this market, what are your perspectives upon the attitude with regards to the regulator and the measures implemented by the regulator to combat COVID and to stimulate the market?
Well, as Ingrid mentioned, we definitely saw a regulator looking forward to dynamize the industry. And to take from your last question also, I would say this was like a time machine, the COVID-19. It was a time machine that just like put like a lot ethanol to the project of the regulator, and that created an evident interest of international operators that were like looking forward for Colombia, but with a certain speed of defining to go or not to step into the country, because of the cost, because of the advertising, because of the investments, because of course many things, but definitely seeing that the numbers that are in general growing, even though the situation of the COVID are growing, that definitely speed up the process of foreign investments to come very fast into Colombia, and of course from the operators, from the regulator side, to speed up processes that we thought it would take probably years to maturate the idea, like mentioned by Ingrid, live casino. Even though they published a month ago draft amendment for the regulation to organize what we call co-organized operations, which is nothing different than a liquidity. And the discussions about international liquidity is already opened. You know, the idea to open that type of liquidity and make understand the regulator that this is the stigma of this concept is must be understood and be investigated very, very, very hard from their side to understand that this is a very good tool to develop certain verticals in the industry that by today we will say in Colombia has been freezed, like exchange betting and poker, which recently has been operated by some operators here in Colombia, but with I will say with very conservative numbers. And international liquidity discussions, of course, will come with a lot of contradictories, of course, but also with understanding deeply this structure. The regulator will understand that it's a very good tool to develop also industry. And we don't need to wait until European countries develop for us to go, because I continuously heard arguments that our industry in Colombia it's a very early stage, and we should get them maturate. That's why we should not discuss this type of stuff. And I'm completely against those type of arguments. I mean, we don't need to understand what's going on in Europe. We already took the step forward in Latin America, so we will lead that part. I mean, and discussions like live casino was something that was very against I will say 1 year. It was something like not even thinkable to happen like that, and it happened in 3 months. And the study's result says that wasn't against all their verticals, all their industries in the gambling in Colombia. So this time machine, we should take advantage and help the regulator to speed up a lot of process that would definitely benefit local operators, of course, and newcomers from abroad.
You mentioned this COVID time machine. I think it's also been affecting the consumer as well, not just the regulator. As we read in Forbes a couple of weeks ago that a large chunk of the population that was underbanked has now joined the financial system because people aren't going out, so they need alternative methods of payment. And payments in the region have always been an issue. So Ingrid, can you elaborate on how the financial aspect has also changed because of the current pandemic?
Yeah, only this year, 1 million new users joined the financial system. And also a very important alliance was made, not only for Colombia, but for all Latin America. Rappi, which is a platform that works for deliveries, that started for just food deliveries, but now it has diversified its portfolio. They offer an e-wallet, which is also a new product that is starting to operate here in Colombia. No, there are not many users of e-wallets, but through Rappi, it was possible to reach a lot of the population, and now Rappi made an alliance with the online operators, and it is possible for users of Rappi to go into its platform and access to all the online operators. So I would say the access to e-wallets and the access to the financial system has, as Juan has said, has really speed up due to COVID, and this is also going to be a great advantage for the online operators.
David, a question for you. Payments are always known to be a headache in LATAM because of the underbanked society, and in general, payments are done at retail, even if the operator is online. What's Betson's experience in general with payments in Latin America, and how have you found navigating the market, as well as in Colombia?
Well, this is the million-dollar question, the payments in Latin America. No, we are working close to the local banks. There are new payments gateways. There are new structures. So we are trying to take advantage as everybody else in the market. So this is a big discussion that it could take 4 hours. But I think the markets are evolving, and they will get better with the payment solutions for sure.
Generally, we say that the 3 pillars to enter LATAM are localization of product, marketing spend, and setting up of payment gateways. What would you say as an operator are the foundational elements to enter the Latin American markets?
Those are the 3 elements basically, and as well understand the market pretty well, and don't think that Colombia is the same as Peru or is the same as Mexico. Every country has its rules, and you have to understand the rules before getting into the market if you don't want to put the money in the rabbits. So that's the knowledge we have.
Understood. I'm just being told we have 2 minutes left, so I'll just wind down. Thank you very much, all of you, for your time. I'm just wondering if Juan or Ingrid or yourself, David, you have anything to add. If not, we'll say thanks very much to SiGMA, and we hope everyone enjoys the rest of the conference.
Well, a huge thank you to David, Michael, Juan and David for their participation and insights. Now the next region is Brazil, special to us as our next summit in 2021 will be held in Sao Paulo in September. Now Brazil is the largest country in Latin America with 112 million people. There is a huge football and sport interest following the first steps of Colombia. Brazil holds even more opportunities and potential economic salvage to the country. Well, let's find out. And once again, we would like to thank our sponsors, Bet Construct, for sponsoring this conference. Now we have a second poll for you all to participate in today. Will gambling legislation help lift Brazil out of economic strife?
Muito obrigado pela interação. Junta-se a nosso webcast. A legislação de jogos ajudará o Brasil a sair do conflitos econômicos.
Focus Brazil. Could gambling legalization save Brazil from its financial crisis?
Bem-vindo a SiGMA Latam, Focus Brasil.
Welcome to SiGMA Latam, Focus Brazil. I am pleased to be accompanied by 3 distinguished experts and authentic warriors in the regulatory process in Brazil. We will discuss the potential of the market and the current state of the regulatory framework.
E também o estado atual da regulamentação. O Brasil é dos mercados emergentes mais falados na indústria.
Brazil is one of the most talked about emerging markets in the gaming industry, with 211 million people and a considerable appetite for football, sports, and other forms of gambling. Gambling had been banned for over 70 years. However, in these last months, there have been advances in the form of regulation and legislation of gambling in Brazil. The process does not seem to be going so slow anymore. Luis, let's start with you. If you can give us a brief overview of the situation we are in particular, the recent announcements that the BNDES will be responsible for the process going forward.
Em que o BNDES vai ser responsável pelo processo daqui para a frente.
Sim. Bom, Marco, obrigado. Primeiro, obrigado a SiGMA pelo convite.
Thank you, Mark, and SiGMA for the invitation to participate in this debate. In fact, in recent months, there have been considerable advances. Recently, a presidential decree was published in which the BNDES was designated as responsible for conducting the privatization process for sports betting under coordination and monitoring of the Ministry of Economy. So this process is now on the government's priority agenda, and it must move quickly. We hope that in the coming months we will have specialists contracted by the BNDES to carry out regulatory and economic studies to define a model. Concession or authorization, but a grant model and a regulation model. Next year we expect to see the regulation ready, and it will probably bring a licensing process.
Provavelmente o processo de licença. Tá? A gente também tem visto avanço muito grande na discussão de cassino.
We have also seen a huge advance in the casino discussion. There was a group formed within the government discussing the issue. There is a Tourism Development Studies Committee, which is an interministerial committee discussing various issues for tourism development in Brazil. Among these issues is the casino issue. It is an important matter, and they are discussing what the ideal casino model for Brazil will be. In the same way, within Congress, there is also a discussion on the topic.
Da mesma forma, dentro do Congresso também existe uma discussão sobre o tema.
Obviamente, apostas esportivas têm sido
Obviously, sports betting has been the biggest topic in terms of speed of regulation. In terms of casinos, Witoldo.
Vitoldo, sei que tu tens.
I know that you have your own opinion about the format or model of the concessions. Which are your expectations regarding the regulation of casinos?
Qual é que é a tua expectativa em relação à regulamentação do casino?
Good morning, Mark. Good morning to everyone. Thank you to SiGMA for the invitation. Quickly, without wasting too much time explaining, as I was told that time is short. You are right, Mark. What seemed like a forbidden issue to talk about in government has been discovered to have already been talked about, somewhat backstage. It all went public when we had a ministerial meeting that had been recorded and was all publicized, and now we can really see what people inside the ministry were concerned about with this type of economic activity, social activity and tourist activity. Until now, many people had the feeling that this was a prohibited subject within the federal government because of the slightly more evangelical line, a little more Catholic Christian of the President Bolsonaro. President Bolsonaro, while he was a deputy, I met him in his office, just like I do with several other deputies, and I went there to talk to him about gambling. At the time, I remember him speaking in a very clear way. He said the following: I think we have to regulate, but in the way that each state does its own regulation. We have to remove the ban, and each state will do what it wants. It was an interesting but mostly useful position for us because it is moving in one direction. The lobby that was made here in Brazil, and especially the image that has been passed on, is that the casino is an attractive vertical for tourism. That is why we see a large part of the discussion with the government beginning with tourism. We can see the Secretary of Tourism and the Minister of Tourism speaking about it, as if it were only an attractive vertical for tourism specifically and not talking as an economic activity as a whole. I would like to see this move forward towards a scenario where all types of casinos were legalized, and not just those integrated into resort structures, as we see in some places around the world. My idea is that if we look at the Lisbon casino, the Estoril casino, for example, we look at the racecourse and see that they have been operating for decades in a consistent and profitable way without having an integrated resort. So I think we should look at that perspective as well. The only fear I have is that it will keep the image of something that's sole purpose is to attract tourists here. I honestly can't imagine anyone leaving from Paris and coming to Brazil just because they are interested in gambling some money at a Brazilian casino. People visit Brazil because they want to see the country. If you have a casino, it is a lot more fun. But I don't think it is a distinctive feature in tourists' decision to travel to Maldives or Fernando de Noronha.
That's why Brazil has a very active population in casinos in neighboring countries.
Nos casinos dos países vizinhos, é verdade.
Sim.
It's true. Maybe having a casino that is attached to a resort is enough for money to stop leaving the country, so that we have financial gain from it. However, I would like to see a broader model being discussed, but I believe that any progress is welcome. So, if we are on the way to integrated resorts, so be it. I think we lose in employability and we lose in economic terms. This reminds me of an argument I had. On one of those trips to Brasilia, I met a representative from our industry federation there. And I asked him what his position is regarding the legalization of gambling. He said, "We don't have a position. This is a political position, and we have no interest in speaking out about it." And I said, they should have a position, because if we have a gambling model, you will participate in it as well. If we have a broad model, someone will call you and say, "I need 1,000,000 knives, 1,000,000 forks. I need 1,000,000,000 napkin papers, stamped with the bingo house logo, the casino logo, the resort." It's another level of indirect employability, which requires the need to build a chair, table, monitors, towel, napkin, fork and knife, cup, and a multitude of indirect things. The participation of the Federation of Industry would be positively, directly, be affected by this.
Então, essa é a minha maneira, assim, tentei ser resumido, Mark.
Okay. Regarding the financial aspect, there are several studies, but I think the most respected is one of KPMG's 2017 reports, which estimates that in the first year after regulation, the Brazilian market will be worth about $2 billion.
Dos 2 bilhões de dólares. Magno, achas
Magno, do you think the study still has a foundation? It has been 3 years since the study, and at the same time, a study by the Legal Gaming Institute, which you chair, estimated that illegal gambling in Brazil also generated around $6.4 to $6.5 billion in the same year.
na ordem de 6,4, 6,5 bilhões de dólares.
Ok, olá Luiz. Olá Vitor. Olá Mark. Obrigado SiGMA pelo convite.
Hi, Mark, and thank you, SiGMA, for the invitation. The viability of the KPMG study will depend on the model that is chosen for the operation.
Também de como as outras modalidades serão tratadas ao longo dos anos. Eu vou te explicar por que eu tenho esse entendimento.
It will also depend on how other modalities will be treated over the years. I'll explain why I have this understanding.
Na zona cinzenta. Infelizmente, a questão do jogo no Brasil vem sendo tratada ao longo dos últimos anos.
Brazil has a very large number of illegal or clandestine gambling, or in the gray market.
Como uma questão de costume, enquanto no mundo inteiro.
The question of gambling in Brazil has been discussed over the last 78 years, and 2 months from now it has been dealt with in a matter of traditions. While worldwide it has been treated as an economic activity.
E ela também não é regulamentada, legalizada e regulamentada. Hoje esse movimento continua muito alto.
This great issue of illegal gambling is not fought, nor is it legalized or regulated. Today, this movement is still very high. The issue of illegal gambling is still very widespread. Thanks to the work of some people who are willing to go to Brasilia very often, we are managing to change the scenario. And today, we have 2 legal projects that are ready to be voted by the plenary, by both the Senate and the Deputies' Chamber.
Todas verticais.
And we as an institute defend the legalization of all modalities and verticals. And there is no point in Brazil legalizing only integrated resorts with casinos and leaving all other modalities in hiding and illegality. I think this is an extremely important step, although I believe that we started off wrong because regulated markets were matured first, and then we legalized and regulated online gambling. Here in Brazil, we started off on the roof by initially legalizing sports betting and leaving all other modalities on the margins of hiding.
Online, e aqui no Brasil, nós começamos pelo telhado, legalizando inicialmente as apostas e deixando todas as outras modalidades à margem da clandestinidade.
In terms
of the illegal market at the moment in Brazil, it is as huge as is confirmed.
Se confirma. Luís,
Luís, in our previous conversations, you said that Brazil is a world champion in illegal gambling, to the extent that regulation in an ideal world, with all regulated modalities, attracts existing operators in the market and new international operators. To what extent can regulation be a cure for illegal gambling in Brazil, whilst at the same time increasing tax revenues as a result?
Jogo ilegal no Brasil e ao mesmo tempo aumentar as receitas tributárias por consequência.
Essa afirmação, na verdade, é do Maguinho.
That statement is actually from Magno. I don't want to say it, but I actually agree. I completely agree. But the fact is, it is regulation and the tax burden that will define the size of the market, or rather it will define the size of the legal market, and, consequently, the size of the illegal market. Because if the tax burden is too high, then it will serve as an incentive for operators to remain in the grey or black market. It will also be a disincentive for legitimate and serious operators to come to the country.
Porque se a carga tributária for muito alta, isso vai servir como incentivo para que operadores permaneçam.
If the regulation is very complex, or if it is what we usually call jabuticaba in Brazil,
Operadores legítimos, operadores sérios venham para o país. Se a regulamentação for
jabuticaba is a small fruit that is only found in Brazil, and we have a habit of inventing jabuticaba law and regulation which only exists in Brazil. This is the case with our plugs. Every country in the world has a patent plug. In Brazil, there is one that you will find only here. So if we keep creating jabuticaba that keeps international investors away, consequently making life difficult for investors.
Se a gente ficar criando jabuticaba, afasta o investidor internacional, consequentemente dificulta a vida do investidor. Não é isso que eu vejo acontecer, tá? Nas conversas
falaste nos operadores.
You talked about international operators. To what extent is it possible or desirable for international operators to be involved in this discussion at the governmental level to assist in the process so that regulation can be done the best way?
O envolvimento de operadores internacionais para ajudar no processo para que a regulamentação possa ser feita da melhor maneira.
É importantíssimo. É importantíssimo e...
It is very important, and the regulator is very open to dialogue with international operators. We see a great concern by the regulator in not creating jabuticaba, in following international standards, and in creating regulations that work. We see the regulator opening up to dialogue, receiving operators, wanting to understand the market, wanting to do something that works. As an industry, we have to take advantage of this space that exists. That is not very common for the realities in Brazil.
Muito comum para a realidade brasileira. Então, aproveitar esse espaço que existe.
So take advantage of this space that exists and really be present. Go talk to them, show them, explain to them, and participate more actively in this process. This is what we do in our daily lives. It is providing information to the regulator in order to assist in this regulatory process. We have a common goal, which is we want good regulation. We don't want X or Y regulation. We want good regulation. If it is good, the market will be good. It will work. It doesn't have to be an A, B, or C regulation. It doesn't necessarily have to follow the English, Danish, or Spanish model. If it is a regulation that works, that has reasonable taxation, a regulation that allows the operator to have reasonable freedom to develop his product, then it will work.
Que o operador tenha uma liberdade razoável para desenvolver o seu produto, vai funcionar.
Agora, se calhar a maior questão de todas.
Now, a bigger escalation and a question for this panel.
Fala-se muito em muitos países.
There is a lot of discussion in many countries that are going through this regulatory process, and in my experience, the estimates of the governments themselves are almost never right. I know this is a question that may be difficult to answer, but since we are talking about gambling, then we can place a bet here between the four of us. In which semester and in what year and when do you three think the first legal sports bet in Brazil would be placed?
Vamos dizer, a primeira aposta desportiva legal no Brasil. Vitor, podemos começar por ti, talvez?
Is the question, when will we have the first sports bet in Brazil?
Yes, and it's worth a dinner with Portuguese wine too.
Opa.
Aposta aceita.
Eu espero não perder, porque as pessoas que bebem vinho nesse painel...
Mark, I hope I don't lose this bet because the people on this panel drink a lot of wine, and I don't think I will be able to pay the bill. Until last year, I was deluded by this new proposal. We went through some situations where you examined and identified that the vote would take place at that moment. There was an occasion in 2016. Luis Felipe was there. Magno was there. I was there. We were inside the National Congress. So for a while I was convinced that things would happen in the near future. And it was not an unfounded delusion. In December 2016, we were all at the National Congress. Magno was there, Felipe was there, I was there too. The law project was in. The paper was on the Deputy President's desk to vote. We all made our statement there in the plenary of the National Congress. Some in favor, others against. And when I was going to vote, the session was interrupted. A ceremony took place, a festive occasion, a medal offering. I don't know exactly what it was, and the project came out of the vote and did not vote.
E na hora que ia votar, a sessão foi interrompida, entrou uma solenidade.
Yes, this is one of the examples. But since then, we had some occasions where you looked at it and said they will vote now, next week, and everyone runs out of their states, their offices, their houses, to go to Brasilia, because they said the law would be voted on. So it was not an unfounded opinion. But now, looking at the thing with more calm experience, 7 years doing this, at least for me, my bet, my guess, is the second half of next year. I think we are going to have something concrete. I'm just not going to use the term sports betting legalized in Brazil, because the bets made today are legalized. They are bets made abroad by a Brazilian in a .com domain. So I cannot say that they are illegal or even irregular. For me, it is more about a regulated Brazilian environment with a Brazilian company behind that business. I think that the second half of next year is a good time frame for us, because if we have to go later, we will enter the electoral year, and things in the electoral year do not usually go the way people wait. Everything stops. So that's my bet in the second half of next year.
Tudo para. Então, essa é a minha aposta. Segundo semestre do ano que vem. Agora eu deixo com vocês aí.
Maguinho?
Eu vou discordar pouquinho do...
I'm going to disagree with Bernardo a little, because I think there's a process going on. The election year issue will not interfere with the start of sports betting. What can change in the terms of sports betting is the question of necessary adjustments in the legislation that was passed in 2018. I think that this legislation, from the study of the BNDES, will need to make several adjustments to the law. These adjustments will be proposed by the BNDES study. So depending on this study, depending on the referral, then we can have an operation.
Dependendo desse estudo, dependendo deste encaminhamento, nós podemos ter uma alteração de data, mas a princípio...
But in principle, if everything goes smoothly, I believe that we will have this first sports bet in a company based in Brazil, that is to say, based in the Brazilian legislation.
primeiro semestre de 2022.
In the first half of 2022, because what you do after regulations are published, there is a need for the calling of companies. So we will have a gap for a few months so that these companies can come and inform the government that they want to participate and that they will be qualified to participate. And there is also the question of certification companies, because the government will have to call these certifying companies from this certifying laboratory. That's why, in my opinion, it will only happen in the first half of 2022. And with regard to other modalities, we have other expectations. And then another time we can talk.
Nós temos outras expectativas que aí, oportunamente, a gente pode falar.
Luis, do you also hold this opinion that the study carried out by the BNDES will somewhat delay the start?
Atrasar pouco o início.
Eu compartilho a opinião do Maguinho. Eu acho que assim, fazendo aqui um exercício de futurologia, tá?
I share Magno's opinion. Let's do a forecasting exercise here. Let's say that the BNDES is now bidding to hire specialists in September and will be able to do that by the end of September. That the specialists will be able to do the study in 3 months. They will deliver it in late December.
O BNDES coloque
that the regulations come out by the end of February. BNDES will make a public consultation, place a public notice on the street to do the privatization until the end of May, and manage to do the privatization by the end of August. Still, you have to pay attention to the certifying labs. These companies have a deadline for implementation. There is the question of software certification.
Tem a questão de certificação de software. Tem uma série de coisas.
There are a number of things. There is a whole part of signing an administrative contract. We saw how long it took at Lotex. I believe the first half of 2022 we will see the first sports bet being made by a Brazilian operator.
A primeira aposta esportiva sendo feita num operador brasileiro.
Ok. Meus senhores, chegamos ao fim do nosso tempo. Temos aqui uns palpites.
Gentlemen, we have reached the end of our time. We have heard some informed tips about when we will have the first bet in Brazil. Thank you very much for your participation, Luis, Vitordo, and Magno.
Obrigado à SiGMA por este tempo, para este painel, e espero daqui a...
Thank you very much to SiGMA for this panel, and I hope to be here in the next year or two and hopefully discuss with you how the regulated gaming industry is going in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Maguinho, Felipe, abraço. Tchau.
Maguinho, Vitordo, Mark, obrigado.
Nada, fiquem 5 segundos agora.
Well, another very interesting panel. A huge thank you to all of our delegates there for their insights and participation. Now looking over to SwapCard, we've had some fantastic interaction on the platform and on the conversation. Reading the announcements now from the polls on is Colombia forward thinking when it comes to regulation. We had a unanimous 80% of you that voted yes in favour of Colombia moving forward in the right direction. Well, now it's time to see what's up next, and having legalised online gambling in 2003 and further updating it in March 2020, Panama is turning out to be an interesting region to explore. Favourable tax rates and a high internet penetration. The Panama market is definitely worth looking at. And for this topic, we have a guest of honour, Manuel Jose Sanchez, with us, the Executive Secretary of Panama Game Control Board.
Focus Panama. Competitive or unexplored market?
Welcome to SiGMA Americas. Today's focus will be on Panama, a market that has many opportunities to explore, and for that, we will be accompanied by Manuel Sanchez, the Executive Secretary of the Panama Game Control Board, and Karen Sierra, VP of LATAM and Caribbean from GLI. Manuel, Karen, welcome to the both of you. To begin, we're going to start by talking to you, Manuel. In Panama,
We already know that it has legislated and approved online gaming since March. When the pandemic broke out all over the world, we wanted to ask you, how is the situation of online gaming in Panama today?
Yes, good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much, Fernando and Karen, for the opportunity to focus on iGaming news. Yes, Fernando, the online game in Panama is a reality. We created a new regulation on March 6th, which allows us to put Panama on the international market of online games. We're going to compete with countries like Argentina, Colombia, Peru, because Panama has a robust legislation. We have a legal security for those investors who want to come to Panama to establish their websites here. Be assured that you have a friendly regulator. In addition to that, because I have always said in these panels that I am a partner, I am not an inquisitive regulator. On the contrary, I want to work hand in hand with those investors who believe in Panama and put them on their platform, their betting websites in this country. Why do they believe in Panama? Because we have, I repeat, legal security. We have the dollar, we have an excellent geographical position. The Panamanian person culturally plays, and in addition to that, we have one of the highest minimum wages in Latin America. Having said this, Fernando, it only remains for me to tell you that Panama will indeed be an international competitor. And it only remains for me to tell you that those people who are watching these investors, that they believe in my country, that they believe in us, and that they have an open-door controlled meeting here.
Manuel, how many operators do you think will be authorized in the near future?
Very good question, Fernando. We have a legislation that allows an operator, that is to say, the owner of a license, to have 5 domains. When we talk about the domain, you have poker, we can have machines in force, you have sports betting, and now we are going to add bingo to those domains. Applications that we have right now are 3 at the moment. One of them is about to go out for approval. Panama has a board of directors that is made up of a full board that controls the games, which is a controller, a deputy, the deputy minister of finance, and myself. Once all the requirements have been met, we authorize them. What do we want? To have quality, not quantity. But in that quality, we do not want to exceed 10 to 15 licensees. But we do want them to come and comply with the regulations and, indeed, pay the prizes. We are going to deposit to a player who feels confident that they will play on the pages that are regulated by Panama, for the fact that we are going to bring the best. You will see. From September, when the first page will open, you'll see the propaganda. I can't give you that scoop because there are certain requirements to close it, but believe me, the first one coming up is the most important, and undoubtedly those to come are also very important for my country.
All potential operators who are interested in investing in Panama. What are the tax requirements to operate online gambling in Panama?
The issue to be able to operate in online gaming is that we have certain types of regulations that have to comply with the Resolution 11 of March 6, 2020. It is very important because here's Karen Sierra, whose company is in charge of providing us with all the technical standards that his resolution has, which are very strict. To be able to operate in Panama, you have to be authorized by one of the laboratories in my country. One of those is GLI. Having said that, I would also like to thank Karen Sierra for the support she gave Panama in helping us to write technical standards. Although it is true that we are specialists in law, we leave the technicalities to those who know them well, which is the case of Karen, who gave us her help.
Let's give the floor to Karen at this point. Karen just talked about this issue. What I want to ask you is, what positive points you see
in the regulation of online gambling in Panama? What makes it a great attraction for investors?
First of all, thank you very much, Fernando, Focus Gaming, and SiGMA for the invitation. Manuel, thank you very much for the recognition, and the appreciation is mutual. The confidence that Panama gives us to work together, especially being Panamanian, I can't stop saying it. But let's focus on the positive points of the regulation. I think compared to the Latin American regulations we are seeing, as well as internationally, it has a high level. A high level from the technical point of view, a high level from the administrative and legal point of view, but also very favourable for investment and for the interest that operators and also suppliers may have in entering Panama. An example of this is the issue of licensing. Manuel did not mention it, but in most of our jurisdictions in Latin America, somehow the online gaming license is married with a face-to-face gaming license. In Panama, this is not the case. You don't have to have a face-to-face gaming license to have an online gaming license. And that is an important part of the regulation. The issue of the types of games that are allowed, the regulation is permissive in the sense, it is very open, and eventually will allow different vertical types of games to be developed. Especially in these times of pandemic, where our providers are getting more creative every day, more than ever. There will be the possibility that they can be operated in Panama, and that helps a lot to the diversification and the possibility that the operators are successful. On the subject of cost, Manuel did not mention it in detail. The issue of the cost of taxation, of what is the key tax, but really it's very competitive, very attractive compared to the cost of other jurisdictions, especially in Latin America. So this part is also important, which are the means of payment, even though it is mentioned that they will be authorized by the bank, by the national bank. There is also the possibility that sports betting agencies in the gambling halls that already exist can have the process of recharging and collecting prizes, which is very important in our economies. Where there's still an informal economy and where we still have players who do not have access to the financial system, this is very important to be successful. The fight against illegal gambling, I think, is a question that is going to be asked of Manuel, but it is important that it is clear in the regulation, that the regulator will have the power to do it. The certification part, of course, is part of our work. Certification is, of course, available, but not for obtaining the contract, but before starting the operation. It's a little different from what we see in other Latin American jurisdictions, where it is a requirement before even having a contract. There is the possibility that the operator will comply with this requirement later. Responsible gambling and prevention of money laundering is very important. It is touched upon in regulation at the level of detail and at the level of international gaming regulations and good practice, from a legal point of view as well as from a technical point of view. And this is very important, again from the point of view of certification. Certification of the game platform, of the game content, as we see in other options. Integration. An important point of the regulation of Panama, as Manuel mentioned, we help each other in the technical part. It is based quite a lot on the standards of law. The standards of law normally leave open the possibility for the operator or supplier to develop the solution to meet the objective of the regulation. An example is reporting to the regulator, rather than requiring an inspection system, as is the case in some European or Latin American countries who are left open so that these reports can be presented to the regulator with a solution that the supplier establishes. But it is very well determined what the regulator needs to receive. The Game Control Board is simply the solution that will then be established by the supplier, to the obvious satisfaction of the regulator, and that it passes the decertification process. In responsible gaming, I would like to highlight something very important about Panama. It is the national exclusion list. In some of our jurisdictions, we still do not see the possibility where each self-exclusion list goes by operator, and makes responsible gaming control a little more difficult. Panama has this peculiarity that differentiates it from many other jurisdictions as well. I'll stop here to give Manuel the prominence he deserves, and to continue telling us about it from his point of view.
It was very, very important, even the concepts you were providing, Karen, so thank you very much for that. Within your presentation, you mentioned a topic that is quite interesting for potential investors in a bank in Panama, which is the topic of illegal gambling. So, Manuel, I want to ask you how Panama is going to handle the issue of illegal gambling.
Yes, your question is very good. Thank you, Karen. Look at illegal gambling. I have the power for the first time This resolution that regulates online games gives the power to an executive secretary of the Gaming Control Board to block. Obviously, I have the legal power, but I don't have the technology, in that I depend on the government's innovation authority, which is something else that Panama has. And we are already working on guidelines where we're going to block more than 250 illegal domains that exist in Panama. Because now in Panama, there are indeed companies that have sports books. They have physical sports books, and even those companies that have physical sports books compete with more than 250 illegal pages and the numbers that are attractive in my country. Imagine, I, as an authority, have already sent these guidelines. Once all these illegal pages are removed, the ones that do not generate any income to the state, do not help the poor children, do not pay the pensions or retired people, do not guarantee the prize to the gambling public, and do not fight irresponsible gambling. This is an issue I mentioned earlier, Karen. We here in Panama have demanded that all these websites enter to capture bets from the fellow countrymen from all around the world, that they have a logo, and that they have been approved by my board of directors, which says to play responsibly. It's also part of the game. From there, we have a list of self-exclusion. Here in Panama, we also have a very nice project to combat pathological gaming. We are going to set up clinics. The pilot plan will start in San Miguelito, a district here in Panama. The first clinic will be set up to care for gambling addicts, which are very few in my country. In the end, we want for people, I repeat, to play responsibly, to spend what they have left over, not what they lack. And in that sense, we ask the operators who are going to enter Panama to bring the web pages that have the logo, that have a very nice compliant icon. The call center will also have a large majority of the Panamanians who have settled here. We have looked for regulation, a regulation that somehow helps our citizens, and in the end, at least there is a very nice job to be done, both by the state and by the private company that is going to invest in Panama.
Well, Manuel, thank you very much for your ideas. There are only 2 minutes left to finish this panel. Is there anything interesting that you both want to say before closing? Karen, I'm going to give you the floor first.
Thank you. I'm surprised that there are 2 minutes left, so I'll speak quickly. But no, definitely sell. Sell to Panama is what we want to do on this panel. Sell the idea of investing, of arriving, and of entering the jurisdiction. I think to understand our country of 4 million people, it is true. It's not a large country in terms of population. But as Manuel mentioned, players who have a strong playing culture, that of the country's gross domestic product, is very attractive. What the face-to-face gaming industry generates is very significant. 390 million or so. I understand the point of view of face-to-face gaming to be a way of understanding the size of jurisdictions. Really, the opportunities are endless, and it is to understand that it is an opportunity to enter the region. And also with operators that are in the country already for face-to-face gaming, which is also at a regional level and can open opportunities in other jurisdictions as well. So with that I close and leave the floor to Manuel.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen. Manuel Serrano, you then. We have 1 minute left.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. And all that remains for me to tell you is to believe in my country. It is a country with a legal security that, although Karen has said we generate more than $150 million in taxes to the state. A product of face-to-face game slot machines. I'm going to tell you about gambling and sportsbook. There are companies that will generate up to $1 million a month in profits only on sports betting. Imagine that you have the sports one, the one of online machines. Obviously, this is going to be much higher than what we currently generated. For me, it only remains to say that those who see and hear us, Fernando, that they believe in my country and that they have an open door regulator, and that Panama, without a doubt, is going to be the competitor to observe. To observe on an international level that Panama is going to be a great competitor. In the online games, your regulator tells you this.
Karen, Manuel, thank you very much for participating in SiGMA Americas, and we hope to see you very soon.
Thanks a lot. See you later. Bye.
A huge thank you to Cara, Manuel and Fernando for their really interesting insights on Panama. Now it's time to take a look at Argentina. Well, Argentina is a really interesting region under the current system. Argentina's 23 provinces and the capital, Buenos Aires, reserve the right to regulate forms of gambling on a provincial basis. So what does it mean and what can we expect? Now, before going further, focusing on each region, we would like to thank our sponsors of our next set of conferences, Singular.
Focus Argentina, dealing with fragmented federal state regulation.
Hello everyone, welcome to this focus group panel on Argentina, where we'll be discussing the fragmented federated state regulation that Argentina is currently going through, and seeing how the developments of regulation in Argentina will take place. With us today we have a panel of experts who are specifically addressing the Latin market and specifically in Argentina. We have Victor Arias, who is the Vice President LATAM by Pragmatic Play. He's an expert in identifying, building, and developing business relationships with companies around the globe. His special focus in the Latin market is related to a 10-year experience span with both B2B and B2C operators. So thank you, Victor, for being with us. We have another Victor, this time Victor Araneda. He is the International Business Development Director of Gaming One. He has loads of international business development experience in the gaming sector, more than 15 years of that. And his main focus is the US, Asia, and the Latin American markets. Last but not least, we have Sebastian Vivot. He is the CTO at the Loteria de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. He has been spearheading innovation and technology elements within the Buenos Aires State Corporation for the past 3 years. And the state corporation is in charge of the authorization, organization, and control of games of skills and chance within the city of Buenos Aires. So I welcome our panelists. I'm the moderator today. I'm Ruben Portanier, and I'm the partner at the GTG Advocates and Affelexion, where we provide consultancy and legal services to gaming operators wishing to obtain gaming licenses. So let me just give a very, very brief introduction about Argentina for those who do not have such a connaissance of Argentina. It's the second largest stretch of land in the Latin American continent. It has a population of 45 million people, 15 million of which are in the greater part of Buenos Aires, and 3 million of which are in the city of Buenos Aires. It forms part of the G20, so it's an interesting country to be looking at. And it has the third largest GDP in the South American region. It has a very interesting GDP per capita, being the 10th highest in the South American continent. However, the major part and the interesting part is in the Buenos Aires area, where it has one of the highest GDP per capita amongst the major cities in Latin America. Our panel deals with fragmented federated state regulation. In fact, there are 23 provinces in Argentina and one autonomous city, which is the city of Buenos Aires. And the estimation on the gaming tax revenue from sports betting alone is estimated to be, or will be, around $6.8 million. So let's go direct into the questions today, and I would like to immediately involve Sebastian, given his experience on the regulatory front as well in the city of Buenos Aires. So we've mentioned that Argentina adopts a federal state system. There is a unique element, which is that there is one city which is autonomous from the other provinces. We do have a sort of dual regulatory approach between the city of Buenos Aires and the province of Buenos Aires, which makes it a bit more interesting to discuss as well. So given all of this political scenario, how do you think or you anticipate the regulatory landscape in Argentina is going to evolve over the coming 2-3 years?
Okay, yes. As you said, we have a unique problem in Argentina, that is that all the 24 provinces are autonomous in terms of regulation or exploitation of the gambling industry, both in the land-based industry and in online. We have a few provinces that are already regulated online gambling in Argentina, but are smaller provinces, and actually both Buenos Aires, where is concentrated nearly the 60% of the population of the country, are regulation in parallel times. The online gaming, that is a new industry in our country. We have a difference with the province of Buenos Aires. I am from the city of Buenos Aires. I represent that regulator. In the city of Buenos Aires, 3 years ago, the government trespassed the game. The city was a federal national jurisdiction. Now it's autonomous in terms of gambling. So we have a different approach. It's a constitutional issue, that is that the state of the city of Buenos Aires cannot put in private hands the game in Buenos Aires. That is the first difference. So the province of Buenos Aires, our neighborhoods, are given licenses in 7 licenses for international or national operators. We have to do the same process, but with permits. It's not a license. It's different because our constitutional difference. That being said, we are now approaching that process. There are 6 operators that are aspiring to a permit in the city of Buenos Aires. It's a long process because we are reading their projects and then trying to be sure that can apply for our permit, considering that constitutionally we are the owners of the game in the city. I don't know if that is understood. That is the answer.
In essence, it's going to be like sort of subcontractors of the main licensee, like having concession agreements from the main licensee to sub-licensees. So how does this differ from the other 3 regions where there is already online gambling regulation, like Misiones, like San Luis, like Tucumán? What are the main differences?
The main differences is, first is a commercial differences. There are smaller states in the country, so they're probably not being the main attraction for international operators, the big operators, and also the big national operators. Then they have we in the city of Buenos Aires have a problem, that is that it's a big city, it's a huge city in both jurisdictions, the province of Buenos Aires and the city of Buenos Aires. And the population is already crossing the board all time. And we have different regulations, different constitutional approach. In the city of Buenos Aires, we are in terms of money laundering, we are the penal responsibility is for the president of Loteria of Buenos Aires. In the province of Buenos Aires, they don't have that issue. That kind of things are problems we have to resolve, considering that the potential market is the same. I'm a citizen of the province of Buenos Aires, as an example, that I work all day and I practically live in the city of Buenos Aires. Every morning I cross the border, and every night I went back to my home in the province. This is one of the big obstacles that the other provinces probably doesn't have. The city of Buenos Aires and the province of Buenos Aires are, the border is a street, only a street. Large street, but being a street is a problem. And we have a, yes.
We'll come maybe to the issue of cross-border regulation later on. I would like to bring in on board Victor Araneda, since we're also discussing some economic figures, and given the background, the very good detailed background that Sebastian gave us about, the regulatory framework. From an economic point of view, given also that this summer saw the peso depreciate a lot in value against the dollar, for instance, do you believe that the more mature gaming operators, the gaming giants in Europe, who might be targeting Argentina, will find this element to be a challenge for them to get into the market, into the Argentinian market?
I think it's a fair question. I think that is something that all of us that are interested in the market, all these companies that are interested in the market, need to address at some point. So I'll say, I'll get in my good graces with Argentina. I'll say that I'm a big fan of the market. But the reality is that it's a very complex situation, right? You mentioned the depreciation of the Argentinian peso is 300% over 4 years. If you look at Standard & Poor's or Moody's valuation of bonds of the market, it's CCC minus for S&P, and that's from January. CA2 for Moody's. This is really not the best, financial outlook that I've seen from an emerging market. So, of course, the fiscal situation and the stabilization there, it's a major problem for business development, something that needs to be taken into account. And, I've had the opportunity to express this idea to many international stakeholders, and I usually mention that Argentina is similar to a tango. There's a lot of tragedy in it, and there's a lot of movement by the players, and at the end, they usually stay in the same place. But the reality here is that I'm a big fan of what Lotva in particular has put in place. And I think that while the market is, struggling to face COVID and struggling to face, the financial situation, the reality is that this is a market that is worth looking into, regardless of, potential issues with currency and profit repatriation.
So I would like to also now involve Victor Arias. We've discussed the economic part, but from a regulatory part, when it comes to compliance, given that we effectively have 19 states, 19 provinces in Argentina that do not have yet a regulatory framework, an open framework. But at the same time, we do have potentially 5 different regulatory approaches, so 4 provinces and the city of Buenos Aires. From a compliance point of view, do you think that Argentina is attractive for the larger players, or are we just talking of Buenos Aires here, which is attractive?
Very, very good question. And taking in account what Victor Araneda was saying, right? I mean, it's the complexity of the country makes us content providers, technology developing companies, to analyze, evaluate very well the viability of acting in a country like this, where we have a fragmented regulation. Does it make sense or not for us content providers? Well, I mean, depends on the province. I mean, in my opinion, and knowing Argentina for such a long time. I know that the culture of gaming itself, it's here, and it is a huge culture. It's not just something that is coming up. It's years of experience, practicing online gaming, within the population. Misiones itself, is a big sample of a province that actually and has operations, for such a long time. And from a compliance point of view, it is complicated for us. I mean, content providers, and it's going to be the same for operators, to get into the market due to the fact that, it's each province has its own terms. Each province has its own commercial criteria, and all of them, they have also different requirements for us and for the operator as well. So from our perspective, I'm talking on behalf of Pragmatic Play, of course. We are evaluating today Buenos Aires city. We also evaluated, once Provincia was as well putting out, everything that has to do with the frame. We also did some evaluation. We collaborate with a few operators that were trying to apply in the province, and I'm looking into as well. Other provinces, within the Argentinian market, which are looking into as well open up, or which are already open up. And is it complex? Yes. Is this viable? Well, it's something to evaluate a little bit more due to what Victor said. The devaluation of the currency, it's something that it's affecting everybody. The difficulty of having the money brought out of the country. I'm talking on behalf of both. The operator and the content provider is a challenge. So and the thing that I want to make an important focus on is the good job that in this case the city of Buenos Aires is doing regarding the regulation of this I cannot say province, but instead of this city, because it's making a reference to the rest of the Argentinian market, and I think it's something that or based on that is that the rest of the provinces are putting more attention on, and they're focusing more on that.
In fact, you led me to the next question. You anticipated my question, where I was going to ask all of you whether you think, which model do you think, regulatory model do you think will be adopted eventually by other provinces in Argentina? Will it be that of Buenos Aires City, of Misiones? Victor?
Well, I think, in my opinion, I know all the provinces, and this is something that Sebastian could confirm as well. I know that all the provinces, they talk to itself. They are all in a very much of communication, one learning from the other, and also taking in consideration what Colombia did, what Panama is doing as well. And I think it's going to be very similar. The difference between one and the other is going to be more commercially and in terms of the technical requirements, the compliance requirements for both the operator and the provider. But Sebastian and Victor will be also good for them to give us their opinion, right?
Yes, maybe Sebastian.
Yes, we work. We have a state lottery association. ALEA is the place that all the 24 regulators can talk in good matters. Considering that there is not a national authority, that association is something like the place where we can talk and discuss about these kind of things. Of course, the differences are, our approach is trying to that differences concern only for commercial and taxing differences. We wrote a technical or compliant standard that we think is available or can be applied for all other jurisdictions, for all the provinces. Also, we are inviting all the provinces to copy or to join our regulation in terms of agreements, because we understand for operators it's too much difficult to build two platforms, one for the city of Buenos Aires, one for Mendoza. That is going to be it's not going to be attractive to operators. It's difficult. It's not a good decision for the gamers or for the public also. Our regulation has a technical standard that is very detailed, but not in terms of technology, but yes, in terms of functionality or requirements, legal requirements. So we are inviting to operators to offer the technical solutions, and that can be something can apply for other districts also, not only the city of Buenos Aires. Our differences are in terms of compliance, but not in terms of commercial approach. So we think that can be something that can be achieved by all the provinces and the operators. As I already says, ALEA is the Lottery Association is the place we are already discussing and these kinds of agreements, and we are inviting from the city of Buenos Aires to other provinces to join our regulation and copy our well-done regulation.
We're a bit tight on time, so I'm going to go to the next question. And I would like to involve Victor Araneda in it. The news recently, Specialized News on Gaming, mentioned that Casino de Puerto Madero could be launching its own sportsbook in Buenos Aires, and it seems that the main instigation was due to the establishments being closed due to COVID, which obviously is a very topical situation that we're experiencing all globally. In 2009, Italy, there was one particular big region in Italy, the Abruzzo region, which suffered a big earthquake there, and in 2009 that gave rise to the government, to the Italian government, to open its online gaming sector, and came up with the Abruzzo decree in order to open the online gaming sector in Italy. Will this sort of necessity of the Argentinian government requiring, and the provinces requiring to generate more tax revenue in order to assist the economy, which is going through a bad patch also because of COVID. Do you believe that due to COVID, there's going to be an acceleration in the take-up of regulatory frameworks by the other 19 provinces?
So I think that it's a very contingent question, and obviously I think regulators across the globe have been thinking about this novel idea of online gaming, right? For some of us that have been living in, operating in regulated markets for, 12 plus years, it's a bit surprising to see that there has to be a global pandemic for regulators to think about this. But as we know, and I'm sure you, Ruben, know very well, regulatory measures and political will are not always addressing what can be considered common sense. For the case of our market, Argentinian market, I think that the reality of having the capital and the province going through a regulatory process of their own is probably a bigger incentive than COVID-19 itself. From a practical perspective, not only because 50% of the GDP of Argentina is in this particular region, but because these operators will have national reach, right? Media is based mostly in the Buenos Aires area. So it would be detrimental, I guess, to think that you have, or it would be impossible to think that if you are Mendoza or Cordoba, if you don't have a reciprocity or some type of agreement with the two authorities of Buenos Aires, that you're going to somehow avoid, losing tax revenue.
Okay, final question, because now we're very tight on time, and a very quick answer. Will we ever see Argentina to be like Spain, where although you have different provinces, they will all agree in order to have one sort of federal common base, at least in terms of regulation? Victor Arias, then Victor Araneda, and then Sebastian.
My answer to that is I hope so. I hope so. It's Argentina. It's first is the politics, right? I mean, and politically speaking, there is by history too many differences, between the provinces, and by history also there is a reference where it's very hard for all of them, to get to an agreement or to a mutual agreement. So I hope so. I hope so. It will be very good, not just for us providers and also for the operators, but it will be very good for the country itself.
Very good. Victor?
My answer here is we as Gaming One, being historically land-based operators, were very concerned about keeping the value of the territory in the territory. But for federal countries, there's a big issue, which is your state or province in this case, valuable enough to ensure that all the work that IT has to do to make sure your platform is compliant to that specific territory is worth it. And in the case of Argentina, I just don't think there's enough value to have specific, 19 different regulations. It has to come through a type of national understanding. If you're the US, if you're Germany, sure, right? When you have a state that is worth 2.5 billion in revenue, sure. Can you do it if you're Argentina? I doubt it.
Sebastian?
I totally agree with both Victors. I also hope our legal framework can work for the land-based sector, but not for the online sector. Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank you all.
But it's a very difficult objective. As already Victor Arias said, the political issues in this kind of country are very difficult to sort.
Very good. I would like to thank you all for being on this panel. It was very interesting to hear your views. I'm sure that our viewers are also going to find or found your interventions very interesting in giving some light to what Argentina is today and how it can transform itself in the coming years. So thank you to all.
Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, a huge thank you to our speakers for sharing their insights on the market in Argentina. Now we're halfway through the first day of SiGMA America's digital conference, and a huge thank you to all of our delegates taking part and conversing on our swap card platform. It's time to shout out a few people interacting on the chat. Hello to Evelina and Christina, also to Karen and Gabriel, also to our speakers that are joining us on the line. We have Louise and Mortado. So if you are joining us, share where in the world you're joining us from, and we'll give you a shout out live online. Now it's time to see what's happening in the gaming market in Chile.
Focus Chile. Chilean casinos call for online regulation. How will legislators answer?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to SiGMA for bringing this prestigious event to our region in Latin America. Today, we have two distinguished industry players on our panel. We have Cristina Romero, partner of prestigious lawyer law firm in Spain, and a specialist in global regulatory issues, including Latin America and transaction enablement. Thank you, Christina, for joining us.
Por acompañarnos.
Thanks to SiGMA, and thanks to you, Victor, for moderating.
También tenemos a
We also have Christian Vargas.
Vargas, es el gerente de desarrollo.
Christian Vargas is the business development manager of Latam Win, a company that focuses on technology development and also focuses on providing services to the Latin American market. Christian, thank you for being here with us.
Gracias por estar acá con nosotros.
Thank you, Victor, and thanks to SiGMA for the opportunity to share this event with us.
Bien.
Well, getting down to business. Today, in Latin America, we have an interesting wave of regulations in emerging markets, and one of them is Chile.
Y uno de ellos es Chile. Es el mercado que hoy llama la atención.
It is the market that calls our attention today, and it is the market that we are going to be developing in this short, brief meeting. The main theme, it is based on the physical industries, call to the regulator to regulate as such, as in other markets in Latin America.
Al regulador a regular como tal.
As I said before, the need for regulation, both because of the pandemic issue and also because of the online advance in the region, is taking more and more strength.
Toma cada vez más fuerza.
Let's start with a brief overview of the market. Christian, help us with a description of the market. Tell us a little more about the culture and give us a general picture of Chile as such.
Danos un frame general de Chile como tal.
Perfecto, Víctor. Mira,
Perfect, Victor. I'm telling you that regulations do not create a market. So as the saying goes, order what is already working. Today, as the superintendent of gaming casinos itself said, in Chile, there are about 700 enabled pages pointing to Chile as a means of payment, with marketing, with everything we say is an offer of games for Chile. In view of this, there is a need to regulate it. The state cannot just operate under a regulation, giving few guarantees many times to players and providers as well. In this context, the market, the physical market today, has a situation. Let's say that because of this pandemic, they are demanding more commercial solutions so that they can have revenue. So there are two lines of regulations. One line of regulation that can go to the superintendents, which was working in the face of a crisis. He made the study where they detected all these pages that they were working towards Chile. And on the other hand, today, he has a need to give solutions to an industry and he is having a bad time economically because of the pandemic. The Chilean market, as an offer, is a little different from what the Latin American market is. In all expositions, in all the conversations, we always talk about sportsbook. The betting, the events, how we cover it, let's say, the front of games that are important, and the Chilean market does not respond to that characteristic. The Chilean market is a game. It is a casino market where people like, especially the slots. I would tell you 70% slots, 30% everything that is tables, live tables, mainly. The Chilean consumer is not looking for a really gay offer, automated tables, but it is very, very little that we can observe through the traffic that we have from Chile to our platform. That is what I could tell you more or less in general framework. If you want us to address any issue, you will guide me to go into detail.
Tema, tú me lo vas guiando para poder, digamos, entrar en detalle.
Taking into account the identification of this number of pages pointing to the Chilean market, today it could be said that is Chile a mature market with respect to the online industry?
Respecto a la industria online.
Mira, Chile,
Look, Chile is a market size, has market sizes for all industries, and is the smallest in South America. We only have a population that is perhaps larger than Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. But Chile has one characteristic, and it is an economic stability, and it also has a technological coverage. So, even though it is true that we have approximately 2 cell phone lines per person, all people have access to 4G at this time. As a matter of fact, 75% of the connections in the online casino are through mobile platforms. It has an income level that is higher than other countries in the Americas. An analysis published by one of these digital magazines spoke of the online gaming market being around $4 or $5 million per month. This would be, we could say, the biggest market, which is quite big.
lo cual es bastante grande.
How is it distributed?
What's wrong with the market? It is an estimation. It's an estimation of this information cross between physical markets, online market, and how retail moves. Taking these antecedents, as we didn't have a regulation and there is no official data, and that is precisely what needs to be promoted. Until there is a regulation that aims to make an income flow transparent, that is, the tax flow that is paid in Chile, and all the parameters of a normal regulation are met: player protection, gambling, and money laundering.
Okay. Now, taking into account the information that you have, the knowledge that you have within the market, if you were asked to make a segmentation projection of the sports betting versus the casino industry, what would the segmentation be?
I would say that today 95% casino and 5% sports betting. In Chile, the market forgot about the sports bet. We had Prod in Argentina, we had Polagol a long time ago, and the new generations were diminishing through time. Perhaps they can be encouraged with the esports, but let's say not of football or basketball with the new generations, which have little knowledge.
Pero digamos, no, de fútbol, de básquetbol, las nuevas generaciones poco saben.
Bien. Siguiendo sobre la misma línea.
Well, following the same line talking about the market, and here we continue with Christian. What could you tell us about the status of regulation or the intention to regulate the market at this moment?
Regular el mercado en este momento.
Mira, como todo el planeta.
Look at it as everything, as the whole planet. The superintendent's office had given out regular lights, was gathering background information, was reading, was including, and the laboratories were in contact with them. Thinking about defining a regulation formula following the European model or the Colombian model, where any company could participate by complying with the requirements established. And also making the comparison with the model that is done in Bulgaria, which says that only physical casinos could have a license for online gambling. And that is the status that we reached until the time of the pandemic, until the time of COVID. Today the issue is again on the table, a working table that only has the authority with physical casinos. Every kind of provider, content provider, platform provider at this moment has no representation in these conversations, because today the problem is another problem. Today the problem is COVID. There are casinos that we know have made very strong movements. ZAN has just withdrawn from Chile because of the bad management of the superintendency. ZAN withdrew its investment. Drinks, a powerful national group, bought with its economic capacity this part, and on the other hand, all we know is the conjecture that has in New York. Then in addition, the reality inside the casino is very depressed. All casinos, all physical casinos, have an online arm somewhere. In Chile, we have Lokia present. The Oval Casino also has, on the part of its controllers, it has also an arm online. Drinks had it through ZAN, but it no longer has it. Enjoy is the only one that doesn't have a corporation dedicated to the game online. They would have to sell it right, to yield it, to buy, to lease. This is the reality of today's online gaming. A very special word was spoken. It has been talked about what the remote game is, which through transparency is a tool to obtain according to the definition of the government. They talk about a game, but not an online game, but they talk about remote play. The remote game is understood, or we would understand it as, for example, people could approach the limited area of the casino to play from their car, as well as what in the past was the self-cinema. Why in Chile, although the only phrase or regulation that exists, or the game, is the prohibition that nowadays have the physical casinos to produce more money online. Then it sought a little to save the word online with the remote game, and doing it very fast in classification, as a new area of games. It's like introducing bingo or poker to the gaming rooms. You want to include what is called remote play. As I say, these are definitions that have appeared in the press. We have not been able to have a clear definition of what remote gambling is, so it is very, very open to the issue of regulation in Chile.
Sí que está muy abierto el tema de la regulación en Chile.
Yo creo que todo esto viene siendo...
I believe that all this is the same. They experience all the regulations. It's basically finding out what the right scenario is and what the right basis is, and from there start or initiate a potential regulation. Christina, taking into account your experience in regulations in global markets, what could you tell us in this case? What would be the aspects to take into account for a regulation in view of an ideal regulation in this field? In this specific case, logically talking about Chile.
Lógicamente hablando de Chile.
Thank you, Victor. The truth is that what you've been talking about is very good to give context to this issue, because the truth is that many of the things that Christian was saying have reminded me of what has happened in other markets. There are some countries in the East, as Christian mentioned, and then there are other regulations that opt for a more open model, with access to licenses for those operators that do not have, say, a physical establishment in the country. Having said that, I, as a deeply liberal person, believe, however, that in the case of gambling, regulation is essential as long as it is open. I think it is important as an opportunity for the country, an opportunity for the jurisdiction, an economic opportunity, and more in a context of pandemic where it is necessary to revitalize the economy and obtain tax revenues, understanding perfectly the concern of physical casinos, a little bit to preserve their activity and try to access also the online world. In how much diversification of their income and greater offer to the player, I think they also have to understand what online gambling is like. It's very difficult to close the internet game from the so-called .coms. The way to bring that into the country, to bring investment, to bring money, is regular. So many times the mistake has been made of preserving the existing industry, losing a very powerful piece of the pie. It also happens that many of the operators don't have, as Christian said, which is the case of Enjoy. They don't have a division of remote game, of online game as developed as they can have more international players of European origin. Fundamentally, the big ones of the industry that we all know. What is the ideal combination? Well, I would say that I have observed is that many times the market ends up regulating itself. That is to say, the great players. Many times they do not enter alone, and even less so in Latin America. Inevitably, they will go to the physical partners. Why? Because they need them. They need them for their experience with the players, for their experience with the means of payment, for their experience with games that work. So I would say to the current players in the Chilean market that they should not close their eyes to that possibility. If they only close the market to have licenses for themselves, they could find themselves in a complicated situation, where they continue to compete from .com, and in the end don't rent to anyone, and even less to the tax authorities and the players, and of course to the country. So, having said that, what is an ideal regulation? Well, look, from what I would say is that the ideal equals transparent. Ideal equals simple. For example, a very important issue is the tax rate. A high tax rate does not generate a good market. It does not generate investment. The big beaches of the industry are not going to enter, nor are the small ones, because it is not going to compensate them. So, Something around the levels of 12, 15% of the GGR, I think is acceptable. And I think that is what is working in many jurisdictions. Something higher. You can run out of market, which is important. Also the technical standards. Obviously there have to be technical standards. There has to be certification of the software and systems to prevent player fraud and to give security to the industry. But again, you can't go too far. There should not be excessive requirements in the world. In the digital world, there are cloud solutions. There are technology solutions that are very good, which are very safe, and you don't have to make technical requirements, not too big, because again, you're going to be left out of the market. It's also important to promote payment methods that are clear. Which ones can be used and which ones cannot. Of course, the whole issue of complaints of money laundering requirements, the whole issue of player account security to avoid fraud and having to operate from the local domain, certain issues that facilitate the operation, and that it is important again that the industry that is already established in Chile, rather than being afraid of potential new competitors online. What they would have to do is focus on maximizing the value that they have knowledge of that local market, that they have it, and a lot, and could achieve, which is what I am now observing. In other jurisdictions, they could achieve large joint ventures or partnerships, for example. What is happening in the United States without going any further? Is this what we are seeing? For example, MGM with GVC and others is not happening in other countries such as Sweden. That's kind of the ideal model, and a regulation that makes it easier to go towards that. I think that's what's important. I would not limit our priority either the number of licenses to be granted. I would do it openly, so that, as the market said, in the end, it would be more self-regulating. And the more it is regulated, let us say, in a transparent manner, the more investment will come in, the less illegal market we will have.
Transparente, más inversión va a entrar y menos mercado ilegal vamos a tener.
Claro, claro. Bien, yo creo que estos temas...
Sure. Well, I think these issues would take us hours to discuss and debate, no? But actually, we have limited time. In 15 seconds, I ask you the last question, both of you. Chile as a business opportunity in 15 seconds. Christian, how would you describe it?
Cristian, en 15 segundos, ¿cómo lo describirías?
I invite all the innovative people who know that the Chilean market has technological and money transaction advantages. As an example, the electronic transference. Transferring in Chile has no cost, so this is a great value for the industry. Then I invite all the companies that know the regulation, that make present, that we look for, let's say, to make transparent the online market to give a tranquility to the players.
Well, Christina?
For me, I think it's a great opportunity. Many are turning to Latin America jurisdictions that include Chile. I think it is a very stable market economically and politically also quite stable, which is worth analysing and worth spending time on good regulation.
Excellent. Good. A pleasure to have shared this panel with both of you. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks to SiGMA for the space.
Gracias.
A huge thank you to Christian, Christina and Victor for their insights on Chile. Now it's time to turn our attention to Mexico. In 2018, Mexico's gaming market value was worth more than $10 billion. Well, in 2018, online betting climbed 50% annually. So with new operators looking for a piece of the pie, let's see how it works.
Focus Mexico. Can online gambling piggyback its way into Mexico through offshore operators?
Hello everyone, good morning. I am Kim Sleezer, the CEO of Triple Ripple Group, a company that is dedicated exclusively to the gaming industry, dedicated to transformation and innovation. With me is Chris Matus, COO of Ganabet Mexico, as well as Enrique Romero, the Commercial Director of NetBet. Today we will be talking about various topics
that are thrown at us in the industry, and we are interested in talking and sharing our experience and our opinions and insights that should be of valuable help to all that are listening. Saying this, I ask for a brief presentation by Chris Matus and then with Enrique Romero.
Thanks, Kim. My name is Chris Matus. I have been COO of GanaBet for 7 years now. GanaBet is an online operator here in Mexico. I have been in this business for some decades, since 1993, so I hope what we can share this time will be useful for everyone.
Perfect. Now, Enrique?
Thank you, Kim, for the introduction. I am Enrique Romero. I am the marketing manager of NetBet. I also have some years in the industry. Actually, our paths crossed a few years ago with Chris. Now they cross to offer the part of an experience that you can have not only in the online gaming in Mexico.
Perfect. When we talk about Mexico, we could address many issues, but obviously, to give or enrich the process, we are going to focus on 5 main topics where I think they are of valuable importance. Understanding that Mexico as a country, as an industry, as the second largest economy in Latin America, as the 15th largest in the world, and not obviously in the industry. It also represents a very important part when we are talking about the online world. In Mexico, there are several estimates from private studies that estimate the market is close to 1 or 2 billion, and some that surely estimate a little more, up to about 10 billion. So there is a lot to address and a lot to do, but we are going to focus mainly on the virtues and problems of the Mexican market. The regulation, which is obviously quite critical and important to understand for all of us involved, to understand well the complexity and the opportunities within the commercial channels. Likewise, everything that is technically or the development of the issue of payments, both collection and payments. Likewise, there is an important part that is to do with the equality or inequality that this online environment basically represents to us. So, getting into the subject with Chris. Chris, what do you consider or see as virtues and problems of interest in the Mexican market?
Well, as you've mentioned it, the main interest is size, being the economy that is Mexico. The eyes of many international operators have recently been set on the country. I think it is attractive, and I think given the conditions of the market that is starting to decline a little in other parts of the world, it is normal that Latin America is being seen as an important part of a new acquisition at a global level.
Do you see then, Enrique, the importance of external operators landing in Mexico and developing the market? Or is it more seen by the internal part of the permit holders to climb in a more accelerated way and take advantage of the market?
Well, I think both sides are beneficial. In the end, with a market like the Mexican one, which is strong numbers in potential, they deserve the attention of foreign companies. They deserve the attention of the giants. But at the same time, one must also have a certain respect for those Mexican operators or operators who already are located in Mexico and who have every intention of conquering. Come on, they would say the first you conquer your home, then you are ready for other things. So I do see the Mexican market that potential can continue to grow. It continues to have the opportunity for other companies and especially for those that know how to get to know each other.
And speaking of knowing,
How opportunistic or how problematic can the behavior be of the Mexican client in comparison with other Latino or European clients, or from other regions? In order to know how to approach and offer those products and the quality of service that the same customer may be demanding. Chris, can you give us your opinion?
Chris, ¿nos puedes dar tu opinión? Claro. Es complicado. En México, a pesar de ser un país que...
Of course. It's complicated in Mexico, despite being a country that has stable or moderate growth. Recently, I think it is well known that there is a problem with extreme poverty. This leads to sometimes the gambler to have not so recreational behavior, and that is a problem of bonus abuse, etc., that could be established.
Una problemática de abusos de bonos, etc. Falta de comprensión de las reglas. Creo que el jugador...
A lack of understanding the rules. I think that the gambler sometimes reaches a point where he doesn't seem to want to play for entertainment, and that's a problem for all operators. We have discussed it with Enrique, and I have had conversations in the past to see if it is a challenge for everyone, to have the precaution of having all the necessary filters so that our players are recreational. Kim?
Tener todos los filtros necesarios para que nuestros jugadores sean recreativos, Kim.
Perfecto. Y hablando un poquito, digo...
Perfect. In 2012, 13 and 14, there were certain regulations or certain rules were added, but the regulations of 2014, which still remained as a draft. Well, we have it, and we know what is inside. There are 4 pillars. A main one is specifically this, where all operators are required to protect the player. And there is a very specific language that talks about how to proceed and what is the responsibility of the operators. We see this exists. I understand that it exists, but we see it as the industry develops in the online environment. We see it more or less problematic, as operators have done in their physical operations. Enrique.
Físicas. Enrique.
Well, I think there is a weakness in the Mexican market, but that weakness comes from both sides. It comes from the player that in many ways does not understand the industry well. As Chris mentioned, they have certain leaks in the knowledge of the use of the platforms, in the knowledge of the canons that govern this industry. And it also comes from the operators, because also the operator, although he was determined to know that the Mexican market is a parlays market, it is a market that likes football very much, that it is as strong in American sports. I don't know. In some terms, he has known how to identify the Mexican user. There is also the part of not getting 100% involved with what the laws are in Mexico and complying strictly with everything they demand from us. We need to commit ourselves in that sense, to attend to the real needs of the player so that we also have a good environment and a healthy ecosystem in the back.
De ida y vuelta.
Y hablando un poquito de regulación.
And speaking a little bit about regulation, precisely because I say, this is a subject of much debate and much detail that has many implications. And if when it is done well, it is obviously of benefit to everybody, even for the industry. When we are already talking a little bit more macro on the issue of regulation, today it is estimated that less than 10% of online revenue comes from operators. Permit holders are those who have the proper permission to legally exercise the entire online part. Although the offshore part is not fully regulated, there is a large part where this basically exists. How we see the opportunity or the reality of working in this environment, where there is a slope to be regulated, but in our reality, it really is what it is. Basically, living on almost a day-to-day basis of what we have and not necessarily working with or exercising a strategic vision based on probable regulation. What is the problem of continuing to work with this uncertainty versus preparing for a possible regulation that may well support the permit holders? But it is not necessarily clear. How can it freely come about? What does this lack of knowledge and uncertainty of time imply for us who are operating on a daily basis today?
Para nosotros que estamos operando en el día al día hoy.
Bueno, Kim, los operadores offshore llegaron primero, ¿no?
Well, Kim, the offshore operators came first. They arrived before us. So I think that was the advantage for them as well. What it means for us is that we're playing on a very even playing field.
La tasa impositiva, los impuestos que se pagan en México son muy grandes.
The tax rate, the taxes that are paid in Mexico, are very big compared to what you would pay in a license that is not based in Mexico. That's for starters, because it increases your cost tremendously. On the other hand, in the terms of compliance that we're obligated to carry out in a series of processes in which we are connected with the authorities in real time. That, on one hand, although it gives us some peace of mind, it also represents challenges because we have to comply with strict measures. Everything related to money laundering prevention. Many things that are possible by doing it offshore are put on the back burner. We have to take certain precautionary measures, and I believe that this also means that our operation has vertices that are not contemplated in the offshore operation. Who do you favor? Obviously not us. We are paying taxes here, we are creating jobs, and we are trying to provide certainty for all our players. So, in that sense, there is still a long way to go. We hope that a law that contemplates all aspects comes soon. It has been sitting there for some time in the freezer, but I think the way could be opened to have the law soon. Let's hope so.
Esta ley pronto, esperemos.
Perfecto. Y Enrique, cuando vemos al mercado.
And Enrique, I say this when we see the market and who controls the market. It is remarkable that those who have the majority of the market are those who have some kind of support or a complement from a foreign investment. Is this to be expected, or can we assume that basically the local market is 100% localized, still not encouraged to invest on a one-to-one basis at those levels? Or is it that it is not capable of doing so? Or how do you see that the inequality that Chris mentions within the big ones that are operating with that support versus the locals that are basically maturing, understanding and concretizing what is required operationally to seek a success? It's surely slower but clearer, more visible, more transparent for the player, and basically better positioned. It's that inequality that makes it difficult. Or you really see it more as an advantage because we are learning from the mistakes that are being made and we are basically structuring and maturing our strategy.
Bueno, básicamente a mí, Kim, y eso es algo que yo he conversado.
Well, basically, Clem, that's something I've talked about on previous occasions. I like to put the Mexican market on a par with the soccer league. A few days ago, we saw the final of the Champions League, where we see two big budget teams that have large salaries and have a very large operation behind them. Obviously, thanks to foreign investments, for example with Paris Saint-Germain, we can see that it's not necessarily a French investment, but that helps in the end.
Pero eso al final le ayuda. Y en México o en el mercado.
And in Mexico, or in the Mexican market, we can see that companies that are growing really have a foreign investment behind them that supports their operations very well, not only in terms of putting bills on the table, but also in terms of logistics and operations, because they already have a European or many times Asian background. That allows you to implement it in the Mexican market with a previously done practice. Many Mexican operators, or many operators, as Chris said, are putting in that part of creating jobs. We are putting in that part of having an office. It is much better locally for the user, and I think that beyond worrying about who is going to be better or who is going to have more reach, we should have a little bit of the usual awareness, taking into account the user. Always keep the player in a healthy environment, with healthy competition, perhaps setting certain limits to do something more fair. I mean, I don't want to go too far, but I don't know. There is a Federal Commission of Economic Competition, and at some point it can give us all a manual on investments, on amounts, and it is not necessarily going to make us better, even if we have a similar budget. I believe that we should all work hard to improve our products, and later the user decides what is best for him.
Y posteriormente, ya que el usuario decida qué es lo que más le conviene.
Talking about users, if this is basically a vision, not about how to reach them and how to deliver that quality that is expected from services and products and the offer in general in the whole commercial part. The commercial part, obviously, for the environment, is one of the main, if not the main item. And we have to be very creative about how we maximize the return on that investment. How it is visualized or how it is being done today to ensure that it is generating the awareness and the impact that we are looking for to make our operations profitable. What is being done?
Nuestras operaciones. ¿Qué es lo que se está haciendo?
Bueno, creo que cada plataforma.
Well, I think every platform has a clear mission. Which products should you strengthen and which products should you feel comfortable with?
¿Qué productos debe de fortalecer y qué productos con cuáles se siente cómodo?
The current challenges of the pandemic changed the whole scheme of how we operate. If anybody has any kind of inclination to provide a stronger sports betting service, which we did a few months ago, it drove us into directions that may have not been contemplated. And in our case, the casino vertical in the recent months in the absence of leagues, etc. But now that we're starting to take up sports again, there seems to be a balance between both verticals.
Ahora que estamos comenzando a retomar los deportes, bueno, pareciera que hay un equilibrio entre ambas verticales.
But we believe that in order to offer quality internally, what your service has been must be very capable to have a total certainty of how you should attend your clients.
Tener totalmente una certeza de cómo se debe atender a los clientes.
And I do not know if the question was in that sense, but as far as a platform is concerned, the real goal is always to try to enrich it with the margin allowed by the regulation.
Permite la regulación.
Sí, perfecto, Chris. Mire, se nos está acabando el tiempo.
Perfect. Chris, we're running out of time. As we said in the beginning, there's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. They are very important issues. I think we have addressed 3 specific topics in quite a lot of detail, and I think quite a lot of interest in saying that. So I thank you for your time, I thank you for your contributions, and let's hope we can continue to make Mexico an industry that sets a good example in Latin America. Thank you very much for your time. Enrique, Chris, thank you.
Les agradezco mucho su tiempo, a ambos, Enrique y a Chris.
On the contrary, thank you. Thank you, SiGMA.
Well, what an interesting panel focusing on Mexico. Now it's time to turn our attention to Peru. Peru being South America's second largest gambling nation, let's see what this market has to offer. And finally, our last poll and interactive question on Swap Card for today. We're asking all of you who wears the LATAM gambling crown.
Muito obrigado pela interação. Junta-se-nos no Swap Card. Quem é o líder de jogo a América Latina?
Focus Peru. Can digital evolution transform iGaming by boosting economic growth and adoption?
Hi, nice to greet you all. It's a pleasure to be speaking for SiGMA today on this panel about Peru and with these great professionals in the sector. Fortunately, each one of you can speak from various points of view, from the operator, the supplier, and the retail operator. I think the best way forward is to start with you telling us what your experience has been throughout COVID, what it has meant for your companies, and what is happening in Peru. If you want, Gonzalo, you can start and tell us.
Thanks, David. First, I think that looking at it in perspective, the COVID has been an event that, although it is true that it seemed like something quite bad for us, it has ended up being quite good. Obviously, the stores closing during the year has been quite hard. In Peru, we have more than 400 stores nationwide, and of course, the instant we received the news that we had to close everything, it was quite the hit. Talking to vendors, talking to landlords and tenants, and added to that was the whole sports shutdown, which was unheard of or unthinkable for us in this business. That lack of sports made players look to other things, perhaps weirder things, such as table tennis or esports. But then in May, we saw a glimmer of hope with the opening of the Bundesliga, and then the rest of the European leagues began to start. This gave us a chance to dedicate 100% to our online product. We are a company that was very focused on retail. 85% of our sales came from retail and only 15% came from online. So this gave us pause and we said, well, let's dedicate ourselves to online. And the results have been quite good. That is much better than we expected. I imagine that all competitors have had their results, but it has been an explosion. And now that in August we were able to open 100% of our stores, at least the ones that remained, the truth is that we lost very little because there were some tenants who did not want to negotiate. Now that we've opened, our projections are pretty good. I would say that we are closing at almost 90% of what was our record month prior to quarantine, which added to all the online growth. It is putting us in a better position than before COVID. This means that there are untapped areas of the market in Peru, because due to the number of new companies that are emerging, people continue to grow, and apparently it is a fairly large cake from which we can all eat. There is room for everyone, depending on the segment which you choose.
It is true that attention is on Peru right now. All companies want to set foot in Peru and are making an effort at the investor level as well. It is a very, very attractive market. Tell us a little about your experience, Lorenzo.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here at SiGMA too. Our experience was that we suddenly got a little more explosive than betting online. It really was a low blow at that moment in the second week of March, as business was booming. Unfortunately, we had to close the stores just like our competitors. We lost several venues, but there were two possibilities, and one was to stay put and wait for the situation to improve. There were also no sporting events. We had table tennis, the Nicaraguan League, and the esports as alternatives. The situation today is interesting. What will happen when the main tournaments restart, the Bundesliga, the Spanish League, the Champions League, is that business will take a dynamic turn. We acquired a new role with more focus online, and I think business has been developing interestingly in Peru and in many other countries.
Okay, interesting. Let's see, Antonio. We are also going with you to tell us from the other point of view.
Thanks for the opportunity, SiGMA. Nice to be here. I think on the supplier side, perhaps we have a small advantage because of that lack, that absence of sports betting that has generated a need for the operators to look for alternatives, new substitute products for betting. Although there is a trend towards esports that has been observed during this crisis, the idea that there will be a future that other areas will be important to operators, such as table tennis or leagues in Asia or Nicaragua, there was a need to cover the lack of events and sales. So suppliers see an opportunity and operators are starting to look for vertical products, such as virtual games, for example in Peru, in retail, do have a fundamental role. Maybe Lorenzo or Gonzalo can corroborate this, where part of the sales comes from the virtual ones. It is not a product already developed in the retail market. However, the online channel was a product that had not been growing. And those operators that did not have it within their sportsbook started looking for this type of product. Besides, for example, the same has also happened with casino or casino games or live casino, where they also started to gain importance. There is an enormous potential here in Peru for this product, but they do not see themselves developing. I also think that there has been an opportunity for platform providers because many land-based casino operators see a need or the opportunity to look for a digital product to be able to operate and cover that lack of business in Peru. We are going to see a new brand with new operators, where there's going to be a lot of competition and the market is going to be very, very interesting.
That is what I wanted to discuss with you now. I really like that in Peru, if it is not regulated, it is not prohibited. It is a phrase that I love. I wanted to ask you, this of course makes online gaming in Peru be seen in a completely different way from the rest of the world. It also encourages competition a lot, which is what I wanted to ask. How do you see the competition in Peru right now with the entry of so many operators? Gonzalo?
Optimistically, we know that with the entry of competitors, competition makes you better. And one thing that you have to do in such competitive market is generate your niche and see how you are going to differentiate yourself. There is the classic strategy, let's say conventional, of entering and sponsoring a team, putting up your fences or being on television. But I think from my point of view, it is already a formula that is making this formula even a little worn. So you have to find the way around how you can differentiate yourself. I wanted to mention something that Antonio was commenting on, which also has to do with competition, which is that in this search for differentiation, for example, and in the absence of casinos today, which is an activity that in Peru is regulated and therefore it is expanded. You have to know how these people, who are mostly people of a certain age, can be taken to the online platform. Clearly, they are people who do not have the confidence to pass their credit card through a betting house or an online gambling page. But you have to see how they differ between the competitors to be able to take them there.
What would you say to the retail operators going online, Lorenzo? What advice would you give them?
We participate in several markets and in Peru, despite being in a legal trance, and there is competition similar to that of other countries. There are 4 or 5 strong operators, and there are also casinos that do not know much about the internet, some already online and others that have nothing to do with it. So it will be very interesting competition, and I suppose they will have their own strategies to attract users. We see that those with, let's say, casino games, are going to play a very important role, because the differentiation with respect to the product is already beginning. Every operator will want to have the best product on their website. We see very established suppliers or providers like Pragmatic, Play and Go, and others are already looking into the Peruvian market. So the competition will be very interesting. There will be a transition from land-based games to online games, due to the theme, the same way of playing, and I think that those who will benefit in the end are the players who will have several opportunities to select where to place their bets.
What do you think will be expected of online games from now on? Will this be another totally new chapter? Will it continue to break all records? Or do you think it will stabilize more once stores and casinos open? Antonio, what do you think?
I believe that the post-COVID market will be totally different from the previous one. First, the operators have a product, a better, more developed offering. Then new actors will appear. Although they have already appeared, new players will appear, and that comes from the land-based casinos. And they are going to have the ability, possibly, to invest. Perhaps a handicap of knowledge that Lorenzo noted. But yes, the market currently has 4 or 5 operators that will lead until the market is regulated. I think that they will continue to lead, and once the market is regulated, we are going to see how the new operators enter the heavy investments and with possibly better products. And as Gonzalo mentioned, it is going to change. You have to differentiate yourself from the outside. On the one hand, it is not only for the promotions, but it's the same products that we have. It is what will give added value to the end user.
Then we have hit a bit of a rougher terrain, the regularity framework. Antonio, what is going to happen to the regulation from now on? Do you think that any existing regulation will be adapted and that it will be put into effect? Do you think this grey area will continue for a long time? How do you see this?
We have been hearing about this regulation in Peru for 7 or 8 years, and I'm a bit skeptical, and even more with this scenario and given the political situation we're living in. In 2021, we have elections in Peru, so I personally believe that, no, there will be no regulation this year. Besides, with this situation, I think that there are other important needs that the government has to cover. But, well, it would be the icing on the cake if the regulation could finally come out. And I think that it will be a model between what has been done in Spain and Colombia. That's where it's going to go.
Gonzalo, how do you see it? Do you think the government will be willing to help us? You know that now the difference between Colombia and Spain is that the Colombian government, during this period of COVID, has helped you a lot with regulation, whilst on the other hand, in Spain, the regularity framework has been put on hold. The legislation has changed at times. They have changed the rules of the game, and this makes investors have more doubts. How does Peru see this regulation? Do you think that the government is willing to help and grow the business in Peru, or that it is going to try to limit a little more or be more careful?
Let's see. What you hear from Spain is definitely not good news. And you start to think about what could happen in Peru when you start talking about the online regulation. And it is really worrying. In the current context with the Congress that we have, which is in a race for the elections and therefore are drawing up quite populist laws, I would prefer that this is not touched. We see what has happened in Spain, and it is a concern. Applying this to Peru, we see that the political context that we have in Congress is a very complicated one, because we are in a race for the elections, and therefore a lot of populist laws are coming out. Personally, I think that gambling in Peru, no matter how widespread it is, will always be able to be the object of populism and to try to strengthen it as much as possible. Therefore, like Antonio, I don't see this happening this year, regulation-wise, nor do I expect it to happen. It is complex because in the face of so many competitors, it is expected. And as an operator, I at least wait for regulation, because the worst that can happen for a market is that competitors who may not be so serious start to arrive, and they suddenly start to leave. It is a big concern, as the operator will indicate. We must also be aware that next year we will have a new Congress. And as we always say here in Peru, it is impossible for it to be worse than the previous one, and they are perfect to make it worse. So it is a latent concern that we have. But at some point, we have to face it. We have to try to get the best out of it. And the most important thing is that the regulator in Peru, or the potential regulator of online gambling, will be a person who is quite open, who knows a lot and can have authority when generating the regulation.
Moving away from regulation, Lorenzo, how do you see user behavior in Peru? What differences do you think there are with other markets?
The user behaves similarly. We have a presence in Colombia, Peru, Central America, and what we have observed is that the user likes the European quota, a lot of football. He likes cash-based payment methods and has behaved interestingly post-COVID. At this point in time, while we are still in an open environment, the user has assimilated the online business well because he no longer has the ability to be permanently in our premises. In the case of Gonzalo, in the case of Peru, we see the user being very open to working online and working on 70-80% of mobile devices. They like apps, they like to play live, they are liking casino games, and not necessarily with traditional land-based verticals, but based on potential gain by values with all verticals. There is a market that is developing very interestingly in Latin America, and are even developing considerable casino games.
Antonio, on the issue of esports that we mentioned before, right now in Europe we do not see channels like Twitch that are the new affiliates of the online sector, but perhaps in those markets that are already more mature. We saw it in Sweden a few years ago, and now it has already moved a little more in Europe. You think that the evaluation of esports in Peru right now is something fictitious that has been given by COVID because people were more at home, because other verticals have occurred? Or do you really think the teams are here to stay?
I personally think that it is here to stay. There is a talk of esports 3-4 years ago as a trend in the future. And, for example, a report that corroborates this is that in Peru there is already a Pro Evolution Soccer esports league where the Peruvian league teams are already participating with their own players. That indicates that they're here to stay, and the growth that has occurred during the pandemic is because there is a reception from users for this type of product. Although we are not at the level of Europe and other countries, in Latin America, such as Brazil, there is a much stronger development in esports. You commented on the topic of Twitch here in Peru. That kind of application is still far away. But yes, I believe that there is a future, and the operators are increasingly giving it more space within their offer and generating promotions for esports. I think that they are here to stay, and this is the future.
It is the future, we agree. This is something very strong that the younger generations cannot stop. As I sometimes say, when there is someone new into the industry, I say children no longer want to be the James Bond. They want to be a Rubius, or they want to be Yo Soy German. The whole paradigm has not changed. Let's finish with the last question for Gonzalo. What would you say to companies like us, like Betson, that come from other markets from across the pond and arrive in Peru? What advice would you give them?
I think the main point is to not think that Latin America is one thing. It is the wrong idea, and the realities are completely different. Even within the same countries, the realities are completely different. I think that the product must be quite tropicalized, and you have to understand the Peruvian player. Lorenzo mentioned it. They like cash, and that's why it works a lot with our retail branch. You have to understand each particularity of the market and not think that this is Latin America and that it is a big block where everyone is going to play and think the same. That is the main thing that I would tell people who are thinking of coming to Latin America.
With this, we're going to say goodbye now. Thanks to all three of you for the panel. It was very interesting, and also thanks to SiGMA too. I hope that you all do well and that you adapt each company, each vertical to the online sector, where I am sure we're going to notice a great change in this coming year. Good afternoon, everyone.
Venga, buenas tardes a todos. Hasta luego.
Gracias, David.
Getting into Brazil? Looking for a name for your brand? Alvivo.com is for sale, with over 3 million organic searches a month, including the keyword Alvivo from Brazil alone. This domain is a perfect fit.
Well, welcome to the second part of the conference, Unlocking the Potential of LATAM, sponsored by our friends Digitane. All eyes are on LATAM for the next region of opportunity, and join us as we identify new markets, cultures, players' profiles, and also investments.
Cracking the iGaming LATAM market, dealing with the diversity of the LATAM landscape.
Thank you, Jess. I'm Oliver De Bono, the CEO at Condor Gaming, and we are here to discuss the Latin American market with SiGMA Digital Focus Americas. I'm here in the studio with Fernando, Juan, and Juan, three veterans in the industry who are going to give us a bit of insight into this ever-growing market. Guys, I want to kick off by saying one thing. I find it very much the going cause when it comes to the Latin American or the LATAM market, the term localization. We're here to talk about LATAM. However, people often reference the entire market, and we do know from experience and now emerging within the market is that every country within this market is extremely different to the next, both in the type of product that you approach the market with and the customer behavior and profiling. So what I want to kick off a little bit is just to get an idea of what we're looking at, what differentiates this market, and how do player profiles change from country to country. We have the leading, let's say, interest from the European operators who are looking to penetrate this market, like Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Peru. But what defines these markets? Let's dive a little bit into it. Fernando, I'd love to start with you. Business development, you know what's happening out there, you know what's happening within the LATAM market. What defines LATAM? How is it different to Europe when it comes to, let's say, the products within the sector there?
Well, hi, Oliver. Thank you. Beside all your previous presentation, of course, Latin America, always we say, is a whole world. So each country is a different situation. And for years, it was pretty much the same. Now we are in a better situation because we are looking for the regulated in different markets. But before and now is totally opposite. So some years ago, the situation was really, well, more focused in retail, more focused in the industry of the casinos, the retail, the regular casinos, and now is a little bit different. Now the product is totally online focused, I think, and there is more and more retail providers, the one they are looking for to go to that online. Okay, well, of course, in Latin America we have two big countries, as we have. Well, we got Brazil and we got Mexico. Of course, they are huge in the area, but also we got all Central America. Panama is looking for improve their own regulation or the law they got before. We got Colombia with the new structure, so it's amazing how many companies they are looking for. And the most interesting thing I bet is how many companies from Europe, gaming developers, processing, they are looking for us right now. They are looking for us, I mean Latin America.
Yes.
Before, 5 years ago, we were totally, hide and well, yeah, Latin America, maybe Brazil, some Mexico, but what about now? Now they are looking for, even the sponsorship is looking for the Latin American providers, and well, the region is in a good stage, I have to say. We are waiting for more regulations, of course. There is Puerto Rico already on the market. There is Argentina, LOTBA. I know, and I was witness. Peru was working very hard, but but they have to stop to continue the regulation. But yeah, it's pretty much the idea. Colombia is doing the homework very good. They are increasing the options for the customers, and this is the thing. This is the north or the northeast, as we say.
Excellent. Well, that's it. There's so much potential right now. And as you said, in the initial days, it was, let's look at Brazil or one of the larger states. And nowadays, every market is of interest. Juan, Carlos, I'd love to switch over to you and just discuss, working with Pragmatic Play. We're going to talk about products as well. There are very defined differentials in this market, in LATAM. We know that, for example, the Brazilian market has a massive interest in video bingo. You have sportsbook dominant in many of the smaller states. What would you say are, let's say, the key products you need to enter the Latin market, Juan Carlos?
Just I want to add something what Fernando was saying. I would say the Latin has become Pandora's boxes. It's something that I think all the world around has realized that. Then that is why I think the interest, the present interest in the Latin market, I think they discover what is the great potential we are having. Actually, I think with few years more, we will become one of the highest markets for the online market. About the question about Pragmatic Play, about the product is, I think we are focusing what is the lots of casino products. For example, live casino, which is a total boom in everywhere around in Latam. All the operators, they are looking for it. I think it's because the access of the land-based casinos, of the presential places where to go and bet. I think that is why the people who used to go to casinos and play over there, they found in these products like a live casinos, slots, they found a very good option for them. No, they don't need to go anymore to the casinos, to the land base. I think they will keep around, but online will finally, I think, finish with the land base.
Well, yeah, we've seen that growth, and I spent some time over there a couple of years ago looking at the potential in the market. And as you said, it's now opening up to the online sector, and casino is one of the to look at products in the region. You still have quite a sportsbook dominance in much of the market, but casino is growing. But if you were to define, let's say, the markets in regards to the larger states, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, and Argentina, you're seeing products grow there, but there seems to be quite let's say a difference or a different interest within the player preference in those countries. Juan Ignacio, I'd love to move over to you and just get a little bit of insight of where you see the key markets are and what products you need to enter these markets, because we know that there is a huge potential in the LATAM market. It's not only a question, as Fernando said, there's so much interest from the European markets, but it's not just Europe. You have good products and good companies with vast experience opening up in LATAM, who have, let's say, a bit more insight into the player profiles. So coming from a European operator, we're still learning, what do you enter Peru with, what do you enter Brazil with, and Argentina, and so on. So Juan Ignacio, what would you say are the key products you need when tackling the larger markets?
Okay, thank you very much, Oliver. It's great to be here in SiGMA Americas. Yes, I agree with Fernando and Juan Carlos. I mean, we have been considered as a unique country for a long time for European operators that came to Latin America with just one solution, hoping to reach the market in just the same way. I mean, and we are 20 different countries in Latin America with 650 million inhabitants. So we have different cultures in each country and different, you have to consider many things to come into the market. I mean, not only for the player's profile, but also with the games, the payment methods, the affiliates, the marketing strategy. I mean, there are many things that you have to consider in Latin America to succeed. Customer support is not the same to give support with the Argentina, Uruguayan, and Chilean clients with Peru or Colombia or República Dominicana. It's not the same. And yes, we talk and we speak Spanish, but there are different Spanish between each country. So it's not the same. And perhaps, it's able for you can have a hub for specific regions. South America, in different regions, that's okay and can be done. But it's not that, okay, I can just say this is my Spanish promotion or these are my games and it have to work because I'm in Latin America and I'm making an investment there in terms of marketing. So you have to consider many things and not only the player profile. You have, in Argentina, Juan Carlos was saying, live casino is really great. Yes, they love live casino. And also now with the COVID, more so. But in Brazil, they like video bingo. And in South America, we love soccer. Also in North America, in the countries in the north, but they also like other sports because they get used to see those sports in the TV from USA. So we don't like hockey, we don't like, any other sports like the Colombian profile player or the Ecuador profile. We are different from them. So we love sport, we love soccer, and you have to consider all these kind of things in your monthly promotion, for example, as well as the customer support. What kind of bonus are you giving to these people? It's not the same bonus in Europe that bonus in Latin America. We are get used to play with bonus. It doesn't matter if you use a 40% rollover, but we need bonus for acquisition. And that is something that in Europe, it doesn't matter. You have 20% bonus and that's all. And that is really a big difference between Europe and Latin America.
I see. Well, that's very interesting because, again, we're going back to the term localization. And this is one of, let's say, the key words that is floated around within the Latin American market. But in saying that, what localizes, let's say, the larger states? You mentioned a very interesting point, customer support. You need different support. I think the European operators look at it in the way that, not all the operators, but let's say you need Spanish support. But as you said earlier, there would be a difference between a Colombian customer and a Peruvian customer and an Argentinian customer. So is it more the language? Is it the player preference? Is it how you treat it? Is it particular colloquial terms? What defines these players when you're looking at it from the outside? Because as you said, if you're not a national, it's harder to recognize. And it is a giant market. We're talking about a huge player population, now very tech savvy, very mobile going. So there is a massive potential, but we're here to crack that shell. We want to figure out what it would take, or at least the starting point. So talking about the players, back to you, Juan and Ignacio, I want to just understand, you mentioned this before on support. What would define, let's say, certain behaviors in Colombian players versus Argentinian players, game preference, anything at all that creates a definition? What would you say are the key definitions?
I mean, for me, why this is different in terms of, okay, all of them speak Spanish and it should be the same for everybody. They understand the promotion. If you read it in the site, it's okay, but you need to understand the client, and it's what makes the difference. You need to, they are not we are talking about an mature market. So you need to take the player in your hand, you need to learn, and then you have to educate the players on how it's about betting online, because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to register. They don't know how to activate their account. So they need to be educated in so many things in Latin America that if you don't understand their culture of what they are trying to explain you in support, you are not giving the solution that they need. Because another important point is that they need to trust on you. So there are many international operators that just came to Latin America with no local presence. And that's a big mistake, because in Latin America, the players need a local office. They need to, okay, if I have a problem, who is going to give me a solution? No, it's an office in Malta. Okay, we are not going to trust on that in them, because I don't know where's my money. I don't know who will give me a support. So that is important. When we talk about, yes, it's Spanish, okay, but Chris has a many local office here in Latin America, and they know that, because the people can trust on them, because they have a local office. They can say, okay, where is my money? I win. This is the game. This is the error on my mobile phone. But this is something that makes a difference. And we are not talking about having a customer support on each country, because that is really expensive for most of the operators. And not only that, it's the risk that in some years or months, you are not getting a license in that country, and you have to move all your customer support from one country to another one. So, but you can think about regional and having 2 or 3 different customer supports for all Latin America. I think that makes the difference. And the customer support employees will understand what the players are trying to ask you, because they don't know what to do, and you need to give a response, and they need to trust on you. It's not the same if you, it happened to us in Uruguay when we call a customer support service from another company, not betting company, and we are, okay, answer the call, and it's a customer support in Panama. And we have to repeat 3 or 5 times what we are trying to do, and they say, okay, wait a minute, and they send the call to another customer support agent, and we have to do that 5 times. So what happened in that case? You just cut and you keep the site. In gambling, you need to be really, really locally to get the trust from the players.
I see. That's actually very interesting. Fernando, you mentioned as well before that a number of European operators had once upon a time said, okay, let's enter the LATAM market. We know that there were a lot of, let's say, attempts in the past. Now the market is coming to fruition. We've seen both, let's say, local businesses and European businesses thriving there. Juan, you mentioned the key word here, trust. Fernando, you had mentioned it before as well. There was an attempt. So when we're looking at the player type, there seems to be quite, not to use the word distrust, but they want to know their entertainment provider. So Fernando, what makes that? Is it a local office? Is it, let's say, local endorsements? What could support a B2C entering this market, or also a B2B? Is it, let's say, known presence, more traditional marketing, seeing the brands more familiar? Fernando, what would you say are the key aspects to gaining player trust in the Latin American market?
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. Well, one of the biggest is what the Juan Ignacio mentioned before. The local support, the local team, for us, based on the experience, was great. Actually, we some years ago we decided to think in this word, local. So going global, thinking global, but act local. So we need to focus in the culture of the situation and the country we are working on. So at the beginning, in the case of BetCris, we started giving support from Costa Rica. Mm-hmm. So it's a very neutral Spanish and everything, but we notice in the meantime, in Mexico they use different words. They like to be trade different. Or the case right now in Brazil, we have already a customer support direct from Sao Paulo, and they not just speak Portuguese, they speak Brasileiro. Brasileiro, they say. So you have to go in that direction. Think local, act global, but you have to set up something local. Now, about the players, we got different players right now. As well, we have different products. We have different customers, different profile of players. For example, we got the traditional sports betting customer. We got the ones who like the traditional casino, the RNG games, and the regular, real games and that kind of games. But now we got some more on the table. We got some, not too many, but horses. There is a renew product of horses with the new technology. For years doesn't happen. Now it's happening. More companies, they are developing software and live streaming and some other ones. That is important too. And now also we got virtuals, we got simulations, and of course, one of the biggest, and for the next 5 years, I think will be, or the companies, we have to put an eye on that, is the esports. Esports is growing, is following for the new generations. We can say millennials, but now we have to say pandemials. So after the pandemic situation, we will have a different comportation or the situation with the customer. So we have to focus in the different customers. We have to offer them solutions, the fastest way to pay the customers and to get the access to give the support. And well, is a combo right now. So we have to provide as many options we can do it for them, because right now in a short term, maybe a customer start just playing the traditional sports betting. But now with the pandemic, well, almost all the leagues stopped. So they have to move for something so they start to see some esports, some other virtuals and everything. So, and that market grow very fast. But so from the companies, we have to offer in as many products we can do it, excellent customer service. The Latinos, we like to be treated well, so we like a great customer service. All the Latinos, we are VIPs. Actually, we think we are VIPs, everyone. So we like to be and trade very well. Yeah, it's true. We like that one. In the same way, we are very, very people. Is that is excellent product. Define your kind of customers and trade different. About the bonuses, also every single product you have to handle in marketing ways in the different way. So you have to control. And another important thing in the region is in some countries here in America, they use a decimal line, and some other ones they use American lines or odds. So that is important. For example, in South America, Argentina and Uruguay and Chile, even they use decimal odds. And some other countries more in the north, in Central America and North America, they like the American odds. So small things is the difference. Every company who came to work in Latin America has to pay attention on that. And of course, as I always say, you have to learn Spanish.
Excellent. That's really interesting. We're slowly running out of time. Juan Carlos, I just want to shift over to you for a quick question before we close up. We mentioned before the COVID situation made a very big difference to sporting events. But Juan Carlos, as a pragmatic player, one of the leaders in the industry in casino products, there was, let's say, a gap in the market during this time. We've seen Pragmatic expanding into the market. How did you find that transition? We know that Latin American customers do, let's say, in history have shown more interest in sportsbook, but it's slowly moving towards casino products. How did you find that jump? What were the key elements in looking at the sportsbook player and moving them over to a casino product during the pandemic and when many sports events weren't happening? What would you say are the key elements in moving these players over, Juan Carlos?
I can say first of all, I can say this COVID-19, the only thing it has made is accelerate a process was happening. So this is the only thing, because the process, all the online, I think, was about to happen. The online business was about to happen. The only thing is the COVID-19 or this pandemic has changed has accelerated the process. That is all. But basically, if we are talking about the sport, they were not that popular, let's say. They were not really getting this success. For example, what is live casino, slots, or this kind of game coming directly from casinos, land bases, is what is taking, let's say, the attention of the players. And I think this is due to this absence of the land-based operation, casino, where to go and play, no? But as I say, this online gaming is something that would happen 100% sure in maybe a few years, no? But I insist the COVID-19, the only thing it has made is accelerate the process. But still, casino games, they have a big preference around the population, Latin population. And I think it's because we have very good experience in casinos, a very good story in casino. We have more than 20, in Peru, for example, we have casinos more than 30, 35 years. So the people get used to these games. For us, for example, for Latam, it's something new. It's something is happening just now. But you have to see, or you will see in a few more years, because I still thinking the online is not really in fact in Latam. We still have to grow more. We still have more potential. And this is just the beginning.
But this is it, exactly. And we're seeing now huge growth in this market. So we've obviously coined here today that we know localization is really important. And what I want to do is just take the last minute of this panel just to get closing words from each of you. But how do you localize? This is very interesting. We've touched on support, we've touched on products, but starting with you, Fernando, what would you say just in a one-liner? How would you localize towards your customers entering this very quickly growing market?
Yeah, well, Oliver, I have to say, every single company depends of his team or his people. If you want to do something, hire local people. We have very good people in Latin America with a lot of experience, and that will be one of the best experience you will have to trade your own customers, having a local people, a local manager, a local marketing development, everything. So this is one of the suggestions I can put it on the table. There is good people, working people, and for sure you will have a good situation with that.
Fantastic. Juan Ignacio, your finishing words, how would you say, you can add localization apart from, let's say, hiring locals? And I know you touched on support before, but looking at the market, the trust, you mentioned trust before, which I find really interesting, having a local presence, not just the support. How would, let's say, you guide a company to do so? Would it be, opening an office, local marketing? What are your words on creating that trust in localization?
Okay, that depends on the money you have. It's not possible for you to come to Latin America and say, I want to operate in all the countries in Latin America, because if you don't have enough budget for that. So I think that from my opinion, you have to focus on 2 or 3 countries and say, okay, is it possible for me to make this kind of investment without a hub, a customer support with similar culture? Just focusing on 2 or 3 countries. From my opinion, that's the best way. Just, okay, let's focus in Argentina, Chile, Peru, that are something similar in terms of customer support, with a local office, and hire the right people. Local people that know the players, that know the culture, and always think as a customer. That for me is the difference. If I'm a new customer, I don't know what to do, how I would like to be treated by the customer support. That's what makes the difference.
Fantastic, Juan. Guys, that's all we have time for, but I want to thank you all for your time today. It's been very interesting. I know we're just scratching the surface, and there's far more to this market. I hope to discuss this further in the near future. And for now, I want to thank you all for your time. Jess, back over to you.
Well, a huge thank you to Oliver De Bono and our panellists for sharing their insights on cracking the Latin America market. Now, a lot of European operators keep an eye on the emerging LatAm market. As an example, Betson recently acquired 75% majority shareholding in Brazilian racing operator Suposta, securing an early foothold in Brazil ahead of an anticipated regulated market opening. Well, let's dig now into the M&A across the Americas.
M&A appetite in LATAM. How hungry are investors for new markets?
Welcome back to another panel discussion on SiGMA Americas, and this time we have with us Susan Bream from Miscon, we have Andre Gelfi from Suposta, and we have Cristina Romero from Loira. And we're here to discuss the M&A appetite across the LATAM region. And Susan, I'd like to start with you. How is the regulation across LATAM, or rather the lack of it, influencing the appetite for investors to look into the region?
Well, I think it depends. Thanks, Eman. I think it depends whether the investor is an operator or a financial investor. And within the operator mold also, whether you're having an affiliate come partner with those operators within the region. So I think looking at our client profile, we are seeing a hedging position really against Europe, possibly Asia, and a choice between Africa, the US, and LATAM coming into play as far as those clients are concerned. And the slow pace of regulation or the differences culturally are a factor, but they're not the determining factor, I don't think, for clients, because they're used to complicated regulatory regimes. They understand that it is unpredictable. There are some large markets there for the taking if you can understand them well enough and partner locally. So I think you have some clients waiting in the wings, others that have already positioned themselves very well. Andre can talk about the Suposta Betson deal. So early adopters in the market always do well. And I think there are a slew of both operators, B2B providers and investors who are watching and waiting. And I think the watching and the waiting is largely about how profitable and successful could they make a market entry into one of those LATAM jurisdictions.
Yeah, and talking about early into market, Andre, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Tell us a bit more about the recent acquisition by Betson of Suposta, and how did it work out for you guys?
Okay, well, nice talking to you guys. A pleasure to be around and to share my experience with you. Well, it happened last year. We finalized the agreement with Betson in November. And since then, we had made some progress, some impressive progress, by the way, to launch a proprietary platform in the following days. Our idea is to launch the brand in Brazil. Basically, as Susan said, I mean, we are basically anticipating the regulation of sports betting. That is also progressing. Last week, we had a presidential decree being published that formalized the whole ritual of how the regulation will take place and how the concession regime will follow through. So at this moment, Suposta, still Suposta, and futurely in the near term, Betson is the only fully authorized, fully licensed onshore business in the country, and we are a single vertical operator in Brazil. Because of the existing regulation, we adjust into the horse business, and from there we are basically making all the tweaks to have the features in place by the moment the regulation unfolds. for sports betting.
Okay, and 75% acquisition, correct me if I'm wrong. Moving forward, how does such an M&A deal impact the business, the future growth and the prospects for the business to have a partner like Betson?
Well, it's as I was saying, we are upgrading our product. I mean, we are going to launch a proprietary platform here for horse racing. We are beefing up our payment methods. We are starting with some marketing initiatives in the short term. So at the end of the day, we are beefing up the whole value proposition for Brazil because of the partnership with Betson. That's pretty much what we are doing, anticipating the opening of the markets.
Understood. Christina, pleasure to have you with us. Walk us through a bit the market situation across the LATAM region. I mean, we saw a fine example in Brazil. There's a lot of activity happening. It's obviously the biggest slice of the LATAM cake, if we can put it that way. But which other countries are investors looking at with increased appetite? I mean, walk us through Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, which is regulated. Shed a bit of light on all of those, please.
My pleasure. Well, thanks everyone, and thank you to SiGMA for the opportunity to be here today. So apart from Brazil, where Andre is the man, he knows a lot more than pretty much all of us. So I'm not going to say anything else about Brazil apart that what you just mentioned. It's a very large opportunity, and hopefully, it will be a real opportunity in the short term. I expect it to be. So from the market you mentioned, really what we're seeing at the moment, and I think Susan mentioned a very important thing. So we work with both investors that have a more private equity or venture capital type of profile, and then the operators and the B2Bs that are usually European, international, and some of them also stock exchange listed, which is an important thing from the regulatory and compliance point of view. So what we're seeing right now at our firm, we're based out of Madrid, as you know, but we cover the whole regions through our partnerships that have been, in place for 15, 20 years. So I understand the buzz of the region right now, and it's obviously in the wake of some of the countries finally regulating online.
So the interest is across all sectors. So you have interest from operators, from public listed companies, as well as VCs and private equity.
Correct. We've seen everything from the big deal, the acquisition of Cirsa, which was in a number of countries in Latin America 2 years ago by Blackstone, from that to a number of other potential opportunities. And I know we're discussing M&A here, but it's also important to know that one thing that both operators and also financial investors are looking at is always have like a local partner, even if it's just a minority, because it's really important to understand the region. Andre has had the experience himself. It's very important to go hand in hand with somebody local. So it can be an acquisition, but we're also looking at partnership opportunities that develop as commercial partnerships and then have the, the M&A levers and options to turn it into an acquisition later down the road. We're seeing that a lot. So in terms of market, we're working actively now in Panama with the online regulation. It's a very interesting market. As you know, it's a well-established casino market. It's been a developed market for a number of years already.
So Panama, it's more, the interest is more for the casino rather than...
Yes, but also online. We now have the online regulation in place, and we're seeing international operators penetrating the Panama online market, also hand in hand with local land-based casino operators, which is quite interesting. We are waiting for Peru to finally settle down on online, but there's a lot of interest also in the retail market in Peru, the sports betting retail market. It's very interesting. We are also seeing, as you mentioned, in Mexico. Mexico is one of the markets where we've been more active. during the last few years. As people may know, the regulations are really old. They date back to the late 40s, with a regulation developing in the early 2000s. There's no, let's say, black and white online regulation as we would expect, with fully fledged technical standards and licensing procedures, but there is an opportunity for the international online operators who are slowly but steadily also penetrating the market to operate online in Mexico alongside one of the existing, again, land-based licensees, which is a very interesting combination because the international operators usually bring in their online experience and the locals bring in their experience on the ground with payments, customer behavior, product choice, those kind of things. So it works really well. It's really, really interesting. And the market is unfolding now. We're looking at a number of situations, both pure M&A and commercial partnerships, as I mentioned. Then Colombia, as you said correctly, is a regulated market. It's a smaller market in terms of size, but it's well established, both land-based and also now online, with some operators still coming in on the international side. On Argentina, there was the famous tender last year for the online licenses of the province of Buenos Aires. Now the city of Buenos Aires is also open. It's an open window for licensing whenever operators and B2C suppliers want, they can apply. It's been, unfortunately, due to the elections by the end of last year, the tender in the province of Buenos Aires was delayed. Licenses have not been granted yet. We saw, by regulation, companies had to apply together with a local partner once again. It was a very interesting experience. Unfortunately, the market has not yet kicked off. Hopefully it will. And another jurisdiction that looks interesting also for online is Chile, which, I think we're going to have another session during this SiGMA event on Chile specifically, but it's interesting to mention that they will be regulating online, and it's also a well-established market. And otherwise, I think those are the most important ones to mention, but it's I agree, with both Susan and Andre that the region is highly, highly interesting. And final sentence, we should be all very aware that we always talk about LATAM as a region, but I think every country is one in itself. So every country deserves a different approach. That's something that we've seen, and it really has to be tailor-made. And every partnership is different, every tax rate is different, every regulator is different.
Yeah, and this is open to all three guests from this panel. With political stability or instability, is that affecting the appetite from investors? So across different states in LATAM, at least across Western media, you tend to see a certain degree of political instability in some regions more than in others. How is that affecting, if at all, appetite from all over the world for LATAM as a market?
Well, I can start. Let's talk about Brazil. It's a very narrow perspective that I have. I'm going to talk about Brazil specifically and about what we are seeing internally. Although the news are not very favorable to what's going on in Brazil, as you know, pandemic has hit Brazil very hard, and we have a very controversial, to be very polite, president in charge in the country. Economically, the country is moving ahead. It's struggling, of course. The economy is going down, but it's at least the agenda, a microeconomic agenda, and the reforms are going ahead without any significant bumps. Things are progressing, as I mentioned before. The regulation is progressing. We had a milestone last week, that the presidential decree formalizing how the regulation will take place, who is going to take charge. This is a very clear and known process that is going to take place. It's going to be run by BNDES, which is the National Bank for Development, inside of a body that basically takes care of infrastructure projects. So from a perspective of our industry itself, in Brazil at least, things are progressing very smoothly. And as a strategic project, I think that we can predict a favorable outcome, and the whole friction on the macro level, on the political headlines is not affecting specifically the opportunity of sports betting regulation in Brazil.
Yeah.
I can talk on behalf of Betson. I mean, we are still very excited about the opportunity in Brazil, and working on the base case that the regulation will take place in the short, medium term.
Yeah, and I mean, rephrasing it also, there's political uncertainty across, you can say every continent. In Africa, in Asia, don't get me started on Asia, and also in LATAM. So I'm assuming, and I'm hoping investors are also looking beyond that form of clutter, and are still looking at investing in those regions. So what's your take on that? Susan?
I agree with you, Em, and I think there are probably two points to follow up on what Andre said, which is the I think position of each of the LATAM jurisdictions is on a slightly different part of the curve to Europe or Asia or the US. There may be political instability, but so is there elsewhere. What we have here is an economic deficit that is potentially extreme right across LATAM. And there will therefore be the desire and the will of government to encourage tourism and economic rebuilding and collaboration with the private sector. And that will be external investors, whether they are operators or financiers. And that will be right across integrated resorts down to online land-based slots, you name it, sports betting. So I think you have a more willing governmental perspective, which is quite different to the sort of Asian perspective here, which is particularly aggressive in terms of China right now, with the movement of gambling funds being seen as a national security risk, and different again to the European perspective, where you have a highly toxic political, cultural debate and fight going on between governments, operators, and the customer around where is the damage being caused and the harm being caused within the gambling industry. So the two large markets of LATAM, the US, and I'm leaving Africa just aside for 1 minute in that debate, but they are on slightly different trajectories, which makes them, I think, a better bet, as Andre said, for investment. The second point is, I think investors have to be realistic. People plowing into new markets without really understanding them. Christina's point about local partners, understanding cultural norms, they're absolutely critical to make success of any business. You just can't go head first into these markets and not understand what you're doing.
Yeah. Christina, anything to add on that?
No, I fully agree with both Susan and Andre. Obviously, tax money is critical these days for a number of reasons, and more so in most of these jurisdictions that we're talking about, which have been severely hit by COVID and other things, right? So what I'm seeing on the approach from regulators is that they welcome international investors, they welcome international players also from the know-how side, but because bear in mind that regulators across the region, and I'm now specifically discussing online, but it happens with integrated resorts, as Susan mentioned too, which is a very interesting area to touch upon in places like Brazil and Mexico specifically. Bear in mind that regulators have dealt so far with an industry that's land-based, that's more very casino-based, some sports betting in most jurisdictions, but they have to familiarize themselves and let's say lose fear of the unknown, which is online, right? And the operators, the international investors and the operators that are coming in are also helping regulators to understand that, you can safely carry out an operation, even if the servers are abroad, even if, you are a company that's not necessarily based locally, that you can still handle your players with care, that you can assure that they play responsibly, you can handle bank accounts in respect of AML policies. So regulators are also benefiting in the sense that they are learning a lot. And bear in mind also that gaming is usually regulated by either the Ministry of the Economy or the Home Ministry in some of the countries. So they are very close to the core of the government.
Yeah.
And I think this wave also is in favor because they are learning a lot from the investors, so they welcome them.
Yeah, and you bring another very important point here, which is COVID and also tax money. Do you think COVID is speeding up the awareness by governments on the need to regulate the space? And is that in return enticing investors to look into LATAM even more eagerly?
I think, it has not brought anything new to the table. It has rather, in my opinion, at least accelerated things. So I think COVID has accelerated the appetite to tap new markets, especially online, because we've seen that, despite the lack of sports event, online has sort of kept up during the pandemic, whereas logically, because there was a lockdown, land-based operations were completely on hold. So I think operators have realized the importance of having a diversified offer, both in terms of product and geographically. So that has accelerated the appetite for this region and other regions too. And regulators will accompany that because of the tax money.
Yeah. Andre, anything to add on that?
No, I couldn't agree more. That's precisely what's going on. I mean, you've seen there are two types of companies at this moment. The ones that were hit and they're struggling to survive, and the ones that are surfing the wave and going after opportunities, assets that are at the right price. So that's why we see a lot of action in M&A nowadays.
Yeah. And, talking about M&A, another sector that is obviously embraced by online gambling is emerging technology, be it blockchain, be it the adoption of cryptos, be it artificial intelligence, big data. So when we talk about all these facets of emerging technology, and when one considers that there's still millions across LATAM who are unbanked, who do not have access to a bank account, how does that interest investors in looking into this region in terms of mass adoption of new technology? In this sense, I'll give you an example. There's millions of players now who cannot access necessarily a number of operators because they do not have access to a payment system that facilitates that. But with the adoption of new payment systems, including cryptocurrencies, all of a sudden you have a new stream of players coming into the system who were not accessible as yet. Is that playing a role among investors into looking into LATAM? Because the opportunity for mass adoption in emerging technology is even more practical than in developed countries like across Europe and across the States.
I was mentioning earlier that I think some clients have underestimated the payments infrastructure, and as a result, it has slowed down or slightly.
Investors, you mean?
Either operators or investors.
Yeah.
They have not calibrated, I think, well enough what are the difficulties in terms of the payments system. I mean, Andre will probably be able to give a perfect scenario for the local payments, the attractiveness of his business to Betson, because there was, a defined, mature model there that they could look at. But on the whole, in payments, adoption, mobile alternative payment methods, cultural issues, and corruption issues are in one large bucket, I think, in investors' minds about how do you navigate through all of those in the entire region.
Yeah. If we had to summarize, because the clock is ticking, and if we had to summarize 3 main issues for investors to look into when eyeing LATAM as a market to invest in, what would they be, Andre? Three main issues to keep in mind before throwing money onto LATAM.
I think that having the local partner is probably the most important one. End of the day, it's about local partners, local marketing deals, and in the case of Brazil, I would say that the third one would be probably payment methods, because at this moment this sector is totally unknown, and it takes some time for you to get along, to get whitelisted with the local payment methods, the big ones in the e-commerce world. So there is a lot of energy to be focused on that. So pretty much those 3, my perspective.
Yeah. Your concluding remarks, Christina and Susan, before we wrap this up, please.
Sure. I agree with Andre. I would add another thing, which is regulatory and compliance. It's key to understand the dynamics of the market and how the regulator thinks, because these regulations are, apart from Colombia maybe, they are not as developed as European or international operators would expect. So it's important to spend time on that one and also understand what we would call the ongoing compliance with all the local requirements. And there, the local partner, again, is key. But I'm very optimistic about the whole region and for the coming 12 to 18 months. There's a lot to happen.
So are we, and we can't wait to set foot in Brazil for our inaugural show next year. I wish we were there today, but COVID had other plans in mind. And Susan, the last remarks from you before we wrap things up.
I mean, it's pretty much what Christina and Andre said. I think the other factor is probably cultural, that a local partner, particularly in the region, is essential. But also understanding that you cannot necessarily just translate your business, your products from a European perspective into the region without understanding what kind of sports betting products, what kind of sports, what kind of casino games, where the local population are at in terms of their own perspective on what they like to do in gaming, and not translate something else. So it is about having enough time, and it is about a little bit of resilience and patience in terms of getting into a new market, entirely different to the States, entirely different to Europe, and you just can't replicate your own model.
Yeah, thank you for that note. And this brings us to an end of this M&A panel discussion. I think it's safe to say that LATAM is here to stay. Interest is brimming across every region from investors into the LATAM market. And it reminds me of a term that was coined by Thomas Friedman, where we're talking a lot about globalization, but it's important also to focus on localization. That is, to take into perspective and keep in mind the different needs across different regions in Latin America. So this is, I think, the take home for anyone watching this panel. Thank you again for being with us, Susan, Andre, Christina. Back to you, Jess.
Thank you. Thanks, Herman.
Well, what a fantastic panel to end day 1 of SiGMA the Americas. Thank you all so much for our panelists, and thank you, our viewers, so much for staying with us. We all learned a lot, and we hope you enjoyed your time. A huge thank you to our sponsors and speakers for sharing their insights. We had over 1,000 delegates tuning in for day 1. We had a series of polls that ran today as well, and it's time for our final set of announcements on reactions to the polls. We asked you, our viewers, will the gambling legislation lift lift Brazil out of economic turmoil. And for our English viewers, 50% said yes and 50% said somewhat. But for our Portuguese viewers over in Brazil, 100% said yes. Well, that's all that we have time for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow.